Testing, testing. Grateful if folks in the show could confirm sound is okay. I thought I'd start a bit earlier with a Dreamliner that's on your screen at the minute, being in view. Seems to be the way to go, but I'm still setting up, so just want to double check that you can hear me. Can you hear me? I'll just go straight to the bottom of the chat for that one while I think about it. Anyway, I hope you're all doing well and welcome to Edinburgh. We'll open the show properly in a minute. Rab H, thank you very much, buddy. Hope you're doing well. So the Dreamliner you were looking at, running slightly late. I think that's a 7:30 departure, but my calculation was that it would probably run a little bit late. And so it is. So the early o'clock departure is a Dreamliner. Now we're on the winter timetable. Right, I think I need a bit more cable slack, so where am I going to find that? As I say, I'm still setting up, so you're going to hear a bit of tiffling. Hopefully that's enough slack. Thank you, Debbie, as well. Thank you for confirming on that. Linda Cooper, thank you too. Oops, crikey, I'm not keeping up with my Dreamliner, am I? Fired up early for the Dreamy. Although, to be fair, it's only several minutes early. But you've just got to go for it, haven't you? Not a clue where this is going, but I wish them well. Decent number of planes on the front of the yard. I think I'm just going to adjust the tripod slightly. Still think we've got a slight lant on. Oops, I better concentrate on the Dreamliner, haven't I? I'll make some adjustments after the Dreamliner has gone. We'll do proper show opening in a minute. Aviation World, just seen your comment. Runway 24, my friend, Kurt Liston side. I tend to prefer to broadcast in line with the direction of ops as much as I can. If it's going to be one of those days it could be a 50-50, then I tend to go to the mound, because obviously you can do both sides from there. But now today looks like a westerly all day, so we're expecting ops to be what they are. Right, and there she goes. I'll rest you up on this broken down 757. Went tech yesterday afternoon. Has been rescheduled for 10:30 or something like today, but I see on flight radar they're expecting it to go at 4 o'clock this afternoon, so I don't think we'll get ourselves too excited about that. What we do have in terms of the regular United action is we've got Star Alliance special livery, which is a nice tweak. So this Ryanair departure is off to Dublin. Slightly wistful on my part there. Still kind of feel like there's something I should have plugged in, but I guess we'll find out what I've not plugged in as we progress the show. What's it say on our thumbnails? Enjoy the adventure. No kidding. I was going to adjust the tripod slightly, wasn't I? Guess it's going to have to wait until this goes. Easy does it. Well, Ryanair does it, if you want to be a pedant. Right, I'm just going to make some little tweaks in the background, so don't adjust your set. Daylight's come through a treat now. Yeah, happy with that. Let's see if I'm still happy with it over here. Not so much. So, as I say, don't adjust your set, let Mark adjust your set. Right, I think I'm there. Let's just see what happens if I go here. Did say easy does it, didn't I? There you go, case in point. Well, the EasyJet in question is off to Berlin. Interesting synergy, and I know Linda Cooper is in the show when this was discussed because she was here with me down on Almond Bank. But when EasyJet arrived from Berlin, I think it was EasyJet last week, and we were talking about the 80s band that sung Drowning in Berlin, which we did confirm as the Mobiles. Those of you of a certain generation will remember that. Driving down the A1, it was playing on the radio. It was either Greatest Hits or Radio 2. I can't remember which because I tend to toggle a bit between in the quest for music satisfaction. But yeah, so we were talking about it airside, not thought about that record for untold years, and then it's on the radio on the way home. Really good. I must remember to add that to my Spotify playlist. Quite a good thing to do. Right, let's get into the show proper, shall we? Let's just... Right, I'm here. So, good morning and welcome everybody. Welcome to Edinburgh. Welcome back to Edinburgh. Bearing in mind our last show was from here on an incredibly mild day. Midges all around me at the minute. I think they must be enjoying my company. which is nice. It's a shame that they can't count as viewers, isn't it? 2 million extra views, all located down on Almond Bank. But yeah, it's a really, really pleasant day. And it's our 171st show today. I thought it was about time I did a bit of a count up, because I missed the 150th and I didn't want to miss the 200th, and got a bit of time on our side for that one. But anyway, welcome to Edinburgh. It's great to be in your company. Thank you for joining me. Runway 24 in operation. I see this is holding for something that's on finals. I just can't quite square off where that is. It's British Airways with an A320-200 inbound from London Heathrow. So that's why nothing's happening at the minute. Anyway, hope you're doing well. So, a couple of bits I need to throw in as well. Obviously, if you're a new viewer, double hi, because obviously you'll not have met me before. So I'm Mark, if you're not sure who is doing the warbling. Definitely my pleasure to be in your company. And today is very much part of a double header. We are Edinburgh again tomorrow, back to back. Back to back being entirely predicated on the fact that we've got Emirates returning to Edinburgh Airport. First time since what, 2017-18, somewhere around there. I will clarify that before I go live tomorrow. But anyway, so we've got some 777 action here tomorrow with the return of Emirates, so we figured it'd be rude not to be here for that. So double header we are. Plenty of action though today. As I say, it's a mild day, very overcast, but very unlikely to rain. So I quite like that. You heard it here first. Mark says very unlikely to rain. So what have we got for you? Heavy action wise, well, we got the ball rolling nicely with a Qatar Airways Dreamliner, and we've also got United 757 out later and another Qatar heavy, an A350 at the back end of the show. We reckon to be live till that Qatar heavy, but we will finish reasonably smartly after that, definitely no later than 1 o'clock. I think we've been a double header. I'm going to try and get something hot to eat. It seems sensible. Otherwise I'll be out of puff by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we haven't got the orangey skies that we were blessed with last week, but if you look towards the Pentland Hills, skies here are just constantly serving something up. They really are. So we've got another arrival in as well before we get to let the EasyJet go. Next plane in is going to be an EasyJet from Birmingham. So this is the EasyJet early phase of the show. One there, one there, and hoving into view, masquerading as the Star of David, one there. We'll do hi to the chat in a minute, folks, so please do indulge me while I'm just cantering through a few of the bits and pieces housekeeping wise. Also, before I forget, head being like a shed, we've got a couple of in-stream polls today. So the first one's fairly a straightforward proposition, which is your favourite heavy of the following 4 options. I can only do 4 options, otherwise I'd have put the 76 on it. But we're not going to see a 767, I don't think, over the course of the next 2 days. So I've limited it to the Flying Pencil, that is a 757, the Dreamliner that we saw earlier in the show, the 777 that we're going to see tomorrow, and the A350. So let's just see how we roll. I'll not tell you which way I'm voting yet a while, but I always think it's an interesting choice. I mean, I got it wrong last week. We're a channel mostly of coffee drinkers, despite me being a staunch tea man. It just shows you. Democracy throws all kinds of things up. may as well ride in with this because it looks like I don't think EasyJet are going to get out with their Berlin flight, although they are nosing forward. The inbound aircraft is smartly on finals and the recently arrived plane is still on the active, so I think they're going to have to be a bit patient and wait for the next inbound, which is a Ryanair. Well, it's not actually Ryanair, it's a Lauda from, you guessed it, Vienna. Oh, Vienna. Dum, bum, bum. Could do with Eddie here, do a bit of beatbox in the background for me. Or Linda, actually. I fixed Linda for a bit of beatbox in the background. Oh, no, we are going. We're going for it. ATC on the money, as ever. Runway is clear, so why not? Go, go, go! And we have a second poll actually around 10 o'clock, which we'll come on to in a second because I still can't believe we're doing it. I'm going to blame it on Eddie and everybody else in the world. So after last week's plane of the day travesty, in Mark's humble opinion, in part one of the show, with Pegasus sweeping the popular vote rather than sweeping the floor. And I think somebody suggested we ought to have a Pegasus emoji. See how I'm pausing to get the words out for dramatic effect. Next plane, by the way, is an EasyJet from Reykjavik, but hold that thought. So we've introduced, as sharp-eyed members will already notice, a couple of Pegasus emojis. So we're going to be polling on that around 10 o'clock. So we'll switch the polls over. So around 10 o'clock we'll declare the heavy verdict, whichever way that goes, and go with the Pegasus poll. I'll show you, for those who aren't members at this point in time, I'll show you what we're talking about here. So one's a tail fin and one's the flying piggy. So less than 5% probability of rain. Right, let's get into the chat. Enough waffle out of my... Oh, I was going to show you the emojis for those of you that aren't members. So, here we go. So this is what the second poll, which will be around 10 o'clock, will be over. Option 1, option 2, or option 3. Don't have one. I offer no verdict. We've also got a cracking livery team forensic investigator previous livery kind of proposition later in the show. Something else that's inbound that has served with another airline and had a pretty fancy paint job. We'll do a show and tell on that later. And of course, with all the regular action, there's plenty to go at. So yeah, as always folks, if we could get the likes on the board nice and early, give us a bit of a YouTube pulse, that would be fantastic. Oh, we're off. Nice brisk early start. Got another inbound. That inbound being a British Airways A321neo, 5 years of age. All about Heathrow, it seems. Well, they must have sold some tickets to put an A321 on the route. That is going to be your next one. I'm going to try and get into the chat as best I can. One-handed mark. Deborah Speller is the first name that I can see, so I know there's chat prior to that, so please don't be offended, anybody, if you wonder why I'm not singing you out. It's just I simply can't see you on my tablet. So Deborah Speller, big wave from Mark, how you doing? Aviation World, hello to you. And you're going to Edinburgh today, which was, I guess, your question about where we are standing. Well, if you come this side, do say hello. Better get onto that Neo. Her name is Neo and she dances on the sand. Just seeing if you can see your no sing zone emojis. Ooh, cloaking device. Banjack's in me. To good effect. Some nice vapours there. So I'm just going to rest it up on our sickly United 7.5. So Hawkeye Danu was down here yesterday, tipped me off with this one because we did wonder whether we might get a relief aircraft, but it seems they think they can fix it. So we'll see how that goes. Dr. Kersey, good morning to you, Dr. Kersey. Hope all is good. Well, the chat's doing that thing it does to me every show start. I can't find a way around this with my limited skills. I'll have to get Eddie to have a look at it. But as Eddie's not here, it's going to be a case of Mark doing what he can. Okay, so let's just zip in. Rab, I've said good morning to. Oh, crikey, it's done it again. Not you, Rab. Once you get down a page, it kind of works perfectly. So Linda Cooper, I've said good morning, help me with sound. Chigwell's finest is in the house. Good morning, Casey. Casey and the Sunshine Band. How you doing, Mucker? Good morning, Debbie. What you got for us today, Debbie? We probably could do with a word of the day. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for confirming on sound and vision, Debbie. Oh, gloomy, cloudy Chigwell, says KC. To be fair, I couldn't see any stars when I left Northumberland. So I'm guessing it's cloudy there. Northumberland viewers do tell me. Next depart is a Ryanair 737-800 to Brussels. 14 years of age. Should just be a straightforward. I don't think it looks like a turn and burn. It looks quite Sunday-ish, doesn't it? But it's going. Good morning, HGC. Hello to you. SE Aviation. Hello, my friend. Siobhan Everett. How you doing, Siobhan? Please tell me that earache's finally deserted. Earache, toothache, eek. No good at all, are they? Anyway, hope you're keeping well. Ian Finley. Good morning, Ian Finley. Member for 9 months and is going to be trying out the fireworks. Let's just do it. Let me just get ready just in case this does go to turn and burn. I think it's more turn and trundle, isn't it? Oh no, bit of a swoosh. Go on, baby. Come on, baby, light my fire. We're off. Although Ryanair's lighting your fire doesn't seem to have the same rock and roll cachet, does it? Bit of bird scaring, it sounds like, on the far side of the airfield. we'll go to this pushed and turned easy because of the sky in the background. It kind of looks nice over the Pentlands, doesn't it? Right, in Finley. Great friend to the channel as you are. These fireworks are not enough, but that's all we can do, my friends. So here we go. Thanks for your support. Andrew McInnes, good morning Andrew, and James McClarty Miller, hello my friend. Planes and coffee, no better Sunday. I think that was where we were going with the poll last week, you know, tea versus coffee or beverage of choice. I think Sunday were planes and something nice to eat, something nice to drink. Yeah, I think that's the way to go, definitely. And we're delighted to be part of that. I'm just going to quickly show you the windsock so you can get a general idea of how windless it is. So it's a southwesterly and there is some wind as you can see, but it's not adding up to a lot. Something in the region of 4 miles an hour, gusting at 12. I'm not convinced I can feel much in the way of 12 mile an hour gusts. It's a really nice day. Oh, that's nice as well. Let me just look at that. It's almost like someone's trying to put some sort of halo on that plane. Just taking a snap of it. I don't think it would do it justice because too much fence in the background, but I'm always interested in what these things look like when I get back home. Helsinki spotting, good morning to you. Daniel Watkins, how you keeping, Daniel? Hope all is good, pal. Ah, Siobhan's crocheting Santas. Oh my lord, when Nell W gets in the chat, I think you'll be able to convert this between the two of you into the crochet channel. Oh, Ian says the 757, not that one, but this one blew a tyre. It's interesting though, isn't it? It says a lot that if that's a tyre, which is great intel, thanks Ian, they rescheduled the plane for a mid-morning departure, but last I looked on flight radar before I left home this morning, and it was the same when I went to bed last night, they were kind of talking about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So whether that's blown tyre has caused some other damage, it doesn't take them that long to change a tyre, but of course you blow a tyre, you bring other factors into play. So anyone knows more on that one, do tell us, because I'm intrigued. I'm a bit gutted that we're not going to see it go. In fact, I'm even more gutted they've not sent a 777 in as a relief plane. I really thought that's what was going to happen. You know what I'm like, always want a bit more. Good morning Alan T in Barton Hill, Leicestershire. Hope you're keeping well, Alan. Yeah, Rab H talks about Emirates 777 tomorrow, 13:20. Cannot wait, and we'll be bringing you that live at Plain Sailing Aviation. Weather forecast looks pretty tidy as well. I say that, it could rain, it's 10% rain probability, and therefore you can't rule it out, but it's still a pretty benign forecast. If it's rain, it won't be wind driven, so that'll be handy. It's nice to have those wet and wild days, but you don't want star planes wrapped up in that particularly, because obviously you risk losing something of the moment, don't you? Yeah, it's definitely nice over there, isn't it? Needs to be a bit over here. Come a bit further north. RSVP, hello to you. How you doing? Rab H with the latest on the poll. The A350 leading at the moment. You see, I said, was this going to go short? I think it is. Perhaps ought to see where it's going. That would be the progressive idea, wouldn't it? You see, I'm going to I don't know, I can't get off the fence. I'm in a three-way at the minute. As much as I love the Dreamliner's batting up 4 in that list for me. I love the 757, as many of us do in the show. But I love a triple and I love an A350. I suppose I could have made that more difficult by, if I'd had more choices and had an A350 900 and an A350 1000. I think I'd have come off the fence with 1000. This baby off to crack off. Carol Ann, hello Carol Ann, and Kevin Vasey. Off into the bushes. Right, first ATR of the show beckons. I'd like to say I know whose it is, but I jolly well don't, so I better investigate. Of course, Aer Lingus inbound from Belfast. In Lavery, hello to you. Pleasant orange skied north of England. See, that was here last week, wasn't it? It was like we've been tangoed, it was that orange, the sky. Hello, David Smart. I think it is daily, David Smart, your question about the Emirates, but it won't always be at that time. I think they've gone for the 13:20 arrival purely because it's not quite an inaugural, is it, in the purest sense? It's more a return. But I think it's a one-off. I think it's regular. If I understand correctly, and friends in the show will correct me, I think when it resumes its normal place on the schedule, it's a dark o'clock arrival during certainly the winter months. Something like towards 6:30, 7 in the evening, I don't know. That was my understanding anyway. So, first prop action of the show. First proper prop. We get quite a few turbo props on the show. I think we are, at least as of 3:30 this morning, a bit light on BizJets today, which is a sorrowful thing, but I'm hoping that means we're going to get a bucket load of them tomorrow, because BizJet days are, well, enough said really. Scott Box Linda, hello to you. Hope all is good. That's a good compromise, Debbie, isn't it? Coffee cake. As in coffee cake, I guess you're saying, rather than coffee and cake. Good morning, John Mackenzie. How goes it? All the way to the east in... Oh, cripes, I've lost my panning. Catastrophe. How you doing, John? Keith Cornell reports Chigwell's finest is in fact now back to 100% fitness and therefore finer than ever. That's good to hear, my friend. Nell W, good morning to you, Nell W. Top of the morning to you. Oops, keep up, Mark, keep up. You think I were jogging alongside this plane? How laboured I am. RSVP, feel free to use my Sunday name, I'm Mark. But glad to hear you're doing well. What's going on here? Anything? Nothing? We'll just loiter there, give me a chance to get nearer to the bottom of the chat. Siobhan likes the 777. It's a goodie, innit? So I'm a little bit behind with the chat, but I am catching it up in my sweet little way. Oops. Crikey. Caroline, it's 106 with you. Of course you are way to the west. I'm so delighted you're with us. And of course you've just had the clocks change. I think we're all working our way through those changes, aren't we? Yes, see you later, Aviation World. 1 o'clock with John Mackenzie. That's the advantage of being in front on time, isn't it? You are in that zone. Very good. JD, hello to you. Also to the east in Shanghai. Thank you for joining us, JD. I'm Mark. And another firework moment. SE Aviation has joined the PSA Crew Lounge. Thank you so much for your support, SE Aviation. It is memberships that really float the boat for any channel, and we're no exception. And therefore, we'll show some firework appreciation for you. Not quite November the 5th, but near enough. Trio of hellos to say hello to. Good morning, Trevor, Lowlander and Brox Mike. Hello. Oh yes, thanks Brox Mike. Yeah, 1905 in, departure 2040. So in many respects, the Emirates, once it settles down, is going to be a dark o'clock enterprise, which will be a bit of a shame because currently, and I suspect it'll slip some more, delivery of the new A350-1000s that they need for this route is slipping into January. So we might get lucky. We might get some, if things slip a little bit more, and we can perhaps get the inaugural in March. That would, well, the inaugural A350, should I say? That would be fandabidozy. Good morning, Bruce 747. Not to be confused with the A380. How you doing, Bruce? Hope you're keeping well. Dinner time for Hong Kong with John Mackenzie. And a very good morning to Colin Lee's Hearts. How goes it, my friend? Did you hang on for 3 points yesterday? I think when I was looking in the half times, were you not ahead against St Johnstone? Not sure how that played out in the end. I was too busy sulking about Leicester's situation, although Leicester did beat a draw out of their game with Ipswich. Caroline's going back to sleep at 1:06 or thereabouts in the morning, Caroline. I can't say as I blame you. Leave me on audio, I'll probably put you to sleep. Don't say that's true. We will be winding up, I think, in 5 hours, Caroline, thereabouts. So UK time, plan is to finish around 12:30, 1 o'clock. We definitely ain't going later than 1 o'clock unless we get another unscripted visit by the Luftwaffe. Who knows? We're going back to back with 2 shows here. My plan is to go and get something hot to eat at nearby Craggy's Farm Cafe. They do great food there. And this is not a commercial, by the way. This is just a fact for those who know the place. What the devil's that? ATR, but it sounded slightly off kilter. Bruce, yeah, A3 what? I think you probably prefer the A3 to the A380. In fact, I think about it, Bruce, I don't think I've got it in my box. There was an image I've been saving for you, actually, because I knew it was the kind of gift that you give the man that's got everything. It was an inflatable A380. I'll have a look in a minute, see if I've got it to hand. An inflatable A380 that they had in the shop at Zurich Airport, you know, the plane spotting shop. Aviation enthusiast, if you will. Good morning, Sophie L. Member for 12 months. Gold. You are gold. You are gold. I can't think of the rest of the words because I've got another song that I sing to that tune and I'm not singing that. You are gold, Sophie. Oh dear, that's made me laugh. I nearly sang something else that I really would have died a death if I'd sung it. So I'm glad I didn't do that. It's a test passed. So this EasyJet off to Stansted when it goes. Dare I do the fireworks for Sophie L? I'd like to. Oh, I can't. 12 months, eh? Ooh, key bookmark, otherwise telescope number 27. Can't believe I gave a soft one up last week. Number 27 is on the blocks. Yeah, not too many folks making their way down to Stansted. Looks like we've got a fast scooting ATR. I'll leave it long for the minute because it'll soon be across that shot. Finnair transponding for their return to Helsinki. The ATR you are looking at is on its way to Dublin. Right, let's get Sophie L's fireworks on. Thank you, Sophie L. You've been a great friend of the channel. Oops. Right, plane spotting Mike live. Hello to you. And Scottish content creators. Oh, hang on a minute. Sorry for your loss. Oh. Sorry for your loss too, Scottish content creators. That bites. You are in, well, all of our thoughts, but I can say definitely for me, yeah, you're in mine too. Oh yeah, we're going to see if I can dig out that A380. Inflatable for Bruce. I've only been saving it for you. I can't think of anyone else that's so passionate about the A380. Yeah, HGC. It is a shame Leicester didn't win. I suppose a point's a point. We just need 40. What's that make us? 9, I think. So, I don't know. As I think Alex Ferguson once said, there's definitely going to be some squeaky bum time at the back end of the season. Eddie and I are going, we think, to be getting tickets for the Leicester-Newcastle fixture in early December. It looks like tickets are going to be available, so as it's near for us, we're going to go, but the chance of a tanking is the thing that you naturally have to worry about. So, model aircraft, you saw the Boeing 757 abort. Ian Finley was saying earlier on in the show about blown tyre. Anything catch your eye during the incident? John Kenneth Williams, hello to you. Yeah, I think the Carabao Cup was a disappointment, but I never thought we'd win it. In fact, Eddie and I were thinking of going to that game, but changed our mind in the end. Our radar told us we'd probably put out a very weak team. A weak team putting out a very weak team is sometimes a very unsound proposition. Bruce, no rush. I've got to find it. It's been. I've literally. I remember looking at it, thinking that is a very tasteful photograph you've taken there, Mark. I'll save that. So let's have a quick look. See if I've got it in my box. If I hit that one, what does that do? I think I've deleted it. It seemed like the kind of thing I'd do. Bruce, you'll be delighted to learn that I've deleted it. Preview this. Hello to you. Mark is in good order. And Trevor, you're right. Southampton did get a win, which I don't know whether I should be pleased about it or not, because it was 3 points off Everton. It's not the end of the world. Scottish content creators, any specials? Not as I'm aware, but a bit like last week's show, we gained, well, a couple of specials, didn't we? Both military. We had the US Marine Corps Huron, C-12 Huron, which actually was in here yesterday. Not here now, to my understanding. And of course the Luftwaffe A400 that came through that we only found out about at the back end of the show. But no, I think if you're talking special livery interest, I think that'll be the 757 in Star Alliance trim, which is that one. I always think that's a pretty smart looking bird. Telling you, Bruce, that inflatable 380 would be a sight to behold. You'd probably say it was a flaccid looking A380. Right, Finnair, who beat my setup time by, they came in, I think last time we were here, I managed to catch them, I think. Did I? No, I didn't. I caught them, but I broadcast it as a separate clip for members, didn't I? I didn't manage to live it. I still wasn't ready then. Time for a quick water swig, I think. Plane spotting Mike live. Newcastle and Edinburgh are home base, my friend, and as resources permit, we take the action other places. Depends where our members want us to go. We usually let members tell us where they'd like us to look at, and then we put it to a vote, and that's how we did Barcelona a couple of weeks ago. So of course over the year we've been to a few different places. We've been, I can't think where the year's gone. Madrid, that was quite good. He says with the power of understatement. Munich, Frankfurt, Barcelona. Been some interesting places. I even found a way of convincing Mrs. PSA that she could live without me for a few hours. She said yes to that quite easily, which is always a bit disconcerting. And got a little cheeky stream in from Guernsey. She probably should have been suspicious when she saw some of the things that I was packing. Yeah, I think plane spotting, Mike, I think the Northwest has got a few interesting things with the Airbus factory down near Chester and so forth, but for us that's a fair old trip. So we kind of let those who cover that part of the world cover that part of the world. And at the end of the day we're only a small channel, so we have to kind of make some tricky calls sometimes. Well, not tricky, but you know what I mean. Up diddy up up. Tell you what, this is the jet2.com section here on the front apron as we await the next arrival. In fact, let's introduce that next arrival. It's a Flying Dutchman, an Embraer 195 E2. In fact, no time to admire the Jet 2s that we've got on the front parking lot, because we've got a smiley dolphin that brokes no delay. That one. So still no definitive date on the introduction of the KLM's A321 onto this route. They do have the aircraft for it, but that was recently delivered, but I think we're looking at probably January for that, I suspect. But we keep watching. We'll try and bring you that one if it comes sooner than that. As long as it's not Tuesday of this week, I think Mrs. PSA might think I've left her here Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. And I definitely don't want her to imagine a life without me. Try and present myself as entirely essential in all matters. Plane spotting, Mike, I think my personal advice, I think you've just got to, if you go on the plane spotter's guide, on the spotter's guide, it will show you everything you want to do there. But I think for me, there's certainly from a live streamer's point of view, I know friends who do stills have a different view on this, but I think certainly from videography, I think here at Kirkliston Bank is great for runway 24, which is the end the camera's pointing at the minute. But if they're coming in the other end, the mound, as they call it, on the other side is the way to go. And if you've got one of those days that's choppy changey on wind direction, it's the mound, because you can still see this stuff from there. So I suppose the mound is the percentage bet. Nice to see a baby bus in Finnair colours. I think last week it was an Embraer 190, possibly. Yeah, it was. It's slightly playful. So tomorrow's show, that's going to be an 8:30 kickoff, so a little bit later than we usually do. That's UK time, of course. I'll have a quick look over on the freight park in a minute as well. A few freighters in. Yeah, looking at plane spotting Mike's comment about the KLM 321neo, it is a beauty, and they've got a slightly different rework, haven't they, of the livery, the Smiley Dolphin livery. You know, trim line's been altered. I can't quite describe it. I don't have the vocabulary to do that. Ooh, hang on. John McKenzie talks about Lufthansa replacing the 340-600s on their Frankfurt Munich to Hong Kong routes next year with 350-900s from the spring. I saw something interesting in the Flight Radar newsletter, I think it was, that talked about Lufthansa's frustration. I'm sure that's where I'd seen it, along with a lot of airlines in terms of deliveries and so forth. And I think the gist of it was that Lufthansa were pulling their Beijing connection, or certainly scaling it back, because it's not viable with the aircraft that they're currently able to deploy to it, which I kind of think the inference was the A340-600. It's going to be an interesting thing, isn't it, for all of the airlines living with their manufacturer's ability to put new and vastly more efficient planes into service at a point that's going to suit their bottom line. I think it's a matter of record that American airlines seem to be going through a bit of a downturn at the minute. That's my understanding. And I think a couple of Australian airlines have also got themselves into tighter waters. So I do wonder a little bit how it's all going to work, because obviously getting the cheaper kit running sooner is going to be pretty crucial. And if you're relying on Boeing at the minute for your forward planning in terms of the 777X, for example, don't know where you go with that, or the Maxes. I mean, I've said this before, so it's a matter of record in terms of my personal view on this, but I think if I was Boeing, I'd drop the Max brand and I'd find a way of calling it something else with some fairly superficial tweaks. I think sometimes once you've damaged a brand, those of you that are UK based and of a certain age will remember Ratner's The Jewellers, where the guy who owned it made some disparaging remarks about the quality of his own product, and that was bam, that was it. Now this isn't that, but once people have that in their head that something's not right. I know we still see plenty of Max 8s flying around quite cheerfully without fuss, but I don't know. I'm no marketing man, so I'm probably wrong. But I think Boeing in particular, with their machinist dispute, which as I understand it affects the 737, the 777 and I guess the Dreamliner, not certain on that one, all this is feeding into a complicated environment, isn't it? You know, they've got, is it issues with the Trent engines on the Dreamliners? That's very well articulated, Scottish content creators. The A321 KLM, there's a nice picture of that on the KLM website actually. I did ask them if I could use that a few weeks ago and they just haven't even responded to me, which is awfully courteous of them. It does have that beluga-ish look about it. Good looking, no question. So good morning as well to anyone that has just joined the show. Mindful people come and go all of the time. My name is Mark and I am very pleased to be in your company on what is a very, very pleasant Sunday morning. Coat weather, heavily overcast, but yeah, it's not cold. Birds are singing, the midges have been tricked out a little bit, although I notice they're starting to disperse now, so I think they've realised that it is still autumn. EasyJet to Birmingham. Plane you are looking at is a 320-200, 14 years of age. Nell W, I am so impressed. Used to fly to Shanghai with KLM. When I've stood at Schiphol watching the various KLM long hauls in particular, I'm kind of struck when you look to see where those planes are going. They seem to have quite, have they got an offshoot brand of KLM? Is it KLM Asia? Point being, they seem to have a global presence that I think probably amongst the European airlines, I think it's only really, in my understanding, Lufthansa and KLM, I think they're the babies, so to speak. The kiddies. What was it like anyway, Nell? Comfy? Were you sitting up front? Stephen Fife, good morning to you. Nice to see you. Yeah, I think you're right, John Mackenzie. I think the business with Russian airspace being closed has made a real problem, hasn't it? And I think, I'm trying to think which airline fell foul of the US regulators because a code share went into, was it Iranian airspace? Go on, someone in the show more knowledgeable than me, which is, there's at least 138 people that qualify on that one. There's some kind of regulatory beef about the fact that a United Airlines code share went into what the US State Department consider to be non-accessible airspace. Skating Banana, hello to you, Skating Banana. Hope you're keeping well. Keeping good, Andy. Keeping good. And LW said very comfy. I'm loving that. And what was Shanghai like? Anyway, did you have 2 or 3 days there, or? Thank you, John Mackenzie. KLM Asia. There's something slightly exotic about seeing KLM Asia on a fuselage. You know, it's like, it's not the same, but it kind of evokes, those of you who remember BOAC, I used to watch BOAC planes come and go all the time down at my grandparents at Heathrow. I hadn't got a Scooby where they'd come from or where they were going, because obviously we never had flight radar in those days, but you knew they'd come from somewhere far-flung, somewhere different. And I think that's where the romance of aviation grabbed me, if I'm absolutely truthful. Yeah, it probably is that. The mystique, that's the word I'm grappling for. Mark's looking for some mystique. Not mustique, mystique. Ah, was that solid jet lag, Nell, coming back during the day? See Ash Watts out the corner of my eye, not down here on Almond Bank. Got used to you, Ash, down here. In fact, Ash's presence in the chat reminds me, friends of you that are on Facebook, at the minute, in terms of Messenger, because I can't get my PIN unlocked, some messages I can see, some I can't, so do bear with me. I've got 1 life left apparently before it's permanently deactivated, so I need to, a bit like undoing a bomb, I need to do it properly. Anyway, Ash, how you doing, mate? I hope you had a great week at Moffat after I last saw you. 101 likes are up, says HGC. Quick peel of fireworks, great teamwork, thank you everybody. Do I detect a bit of drizzle? Well, that wasn't in the forecast. And HGC, see you later. So we've got Jet 2 on the move. I'm just wondering whether I need to pop the brolly up. I might have to go tactical here. 5% chance of rain. Oh, here's the thing. This is a 321 Neo. That's me taking a picture. I think I might do a little video of this departing. Edinburgh regulars. Do we see many A321? Bloody hell, am I to swear? John Mackenzie, that is fantastically generous. 20 gifted memberships splashing down in the chat. Oh, hang on a minute. Plane coming in. Telescope 27. British Airways. It was British Airways for 26, wasn't it? A baby bus. Do you know, this is the first A321 Jet 2 that I have seen here. Fancy that. I think we'll film its departure. We'll just film this landing while I decide whether I need to start covering things up. I just don't know what to do. So we have an A321 in Jet 2 colours here at Edinburgh. Good morning, Yvonne V, how you doing? Hello, Jason Hopkins. Right, John Mackenzie. Let's do John Mackenzie's fireworks first. Oops, the plane's getting away from me. Let's just do it that way. Thank you, John. You're such a great mate to the channel. Good morning, DB Bassman. Thanks, buddy. Brand new was that? Now there's a catch. Could be my plane of the day. It's Lauda off to Vienna. I'm all over the place now. Debbie member for 12 months. Keep on singing, says Debbie. I've gone dry. Let's do some fireworks for the minute. Oh, you do make me laugh. I'm just going to do a quick name check and welcome if I can, in terms of all the people that John has so kindly gifted. Unbelievable stuff. So, Scottish content creators who's in the show: Navy Jack, Rachel London, Freddie O, should I say, Julie Evans. Oh man, I'm almost certain that is Julie Evans, who Jason Sparks was in the show last week. Julie, if it's the same Julie, might not be, but I've got this horrible feeling it is. Passed last week, so if it's that Julie, rest in peace, Julie. Maxi Toby 1982. Let's just move the camera around a bit. Hi Fred, Callum Crawford, Daz Higgy, Neil in Dorset. Oops, cripes, I'm over panning now. I'm all over the hockey. Sidale, Vasilis Faklis, Helen Robinson, Orinar Jet, Sofiane Uchier, Aviation Adam 738. Tell you what, if I do it this way around, I can probably do two things at once. 8th day, welcome to all of you. Bernice Thompson, Jason Hopkins. I think that's everybody. Doesn't sound like I've got everybody, but I can't see any I've missed. Not bad for one-handed, I suppose. So it was DB's comment on the A321. Good morning to Sam Thurlaway. Hope you're keeping well, Sam. Debbie's fireworks. Tony Rivers. Good morning, Tony Rivers. How goes it, Tone? Tina York. Hello, Tina York. Good morning to you. Happy Sunday indeed. Mikey. Hi, Mikey. Now, I can hear some bleeping, so that might need further investigation. Could be good news. Oh, it's good news stuff. Yvonne V. Thank you so much, Yvonne V. That is a really generous Ko-fi.com donation. I was going to say, I'm glad the Ko-fi chatbot is working now. It was not working when I was setting up. Oops, that's grass. You need that. I'll do the fireworks in a jiff. I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's get this plane in the sky. Because I think this is just going to go. There's no reason why it wouldn't. Thank you, Yvonne V. That is awesome. Good morning, Mary Brock. All the way to the other side of the world in Australia. And if I remember correctly, somebody else that's a dab hand with the crochet needles. So that's Mary Brock. Now W's an ace with the needles. And Siobhan Everett. We're going to rebrand as the knitting channel. I'll self-style as the chief knit. Where to point? Where to point? I know, Freight Park. I did say we'd have a look, didn't I? So I'm just going to rest us on the first three while I just quickly have a look round the kit. I've lost my train of thought now. I don't think I've done Yvonne V's fireworks, so let's do those. Thank you, Yvonne. I'm having one of those heads of shed days, really. I know, what distinguishes it from any other day? I don't know. Good morning, Gary Fleming. How you doing, Muck Up? In fact, while I think about it, good morning everybody. Anyone that's joined the show since I last did some good mornings, I'm Mark and delighted to be in your company. Let's see what we can see over yonder. EasyJet, can't quite make out the reg. Would be nice to get at least one BizJet in the show. It's in the articles of association for this channel. So we've got the Star Alliance, which I think is due out around 9:30. I stand to be corrected. Glad to see you're okay, Gary Fleming. Let's have a quick look in my notes, just see. So, current poll that we've got running you should be able to still see on the screen, and that is really for your favourite heavy. The selection of 4 entirely predicated on the planes that are going to be seen over the next 2 days, because obviously we're here again tomorrow. So we're talking 757, a bit like the one on the camera, 777, which we see tomorrow with the Emirates, the 787 Dreamliner, which Qatar Airways brought into play at the beginning of the show, and the A350, which we will get to see at the back end of today's show. So we're going to close up poll around 10 o'clock, and then we're going to dive straight into an emoji poll, which will be that one. All about the Pegasus, really. So regulars will know how much pain I would have gone through on this one, but you've got to give the people what they want. So tail fin, flying piggy, or no Pegasus. I'm voting for no Pegasus. I think I'll come off the fence as well in terms of the heavy poll. I am going to be the 777. Only because in my head I've decided it's the A350-900. If it had been the A350-1000 that was in my head, I would have still be thinking about it, to be honest. I don't know. Too tight to call. Ooh, flight radar going slow on me. Come on, flight radar, be a sport. So that Ryanair was an inbound. This Ryanair inbound from Stansted. Looks like we've got an ATR going out short. Should be a nice early rotate on that one, and that is off to Belfast. Let's get on it now. Track is clear. Shouldn't be much ceremony here. Come on, baby, light my fire. Oh, I'm checking out some of that flying piggy action in the chat. Ash Watts, Gary Fleming, Yvonne V, Nell W, Yvonne Pegasus, tailfin. Just chuck it on there. I thought I'd see how it goes. So Eddie will switch the polls over around 10 o'clock. Yeah, didn't need much to get up, did it? So here's our inbound Ryanair from Stansted. We may as well track with it. I see nothing on finals at the minute. John McKenzie, no. Yes, exactly. Just say no. Do you remember that campaign in the 80s, UK viewers? I think it might have been a campaign in America as well, the anti-drugs campaign, just say no. I'm thinking it's snappy enough to work for emoji choices too. Right, looks like we're just dawdling because we've got a Jet 2 on the way out. Can't be another A321. Can't be that lucky, can we? This one's off to Fuerteventura and it is a 11-year-old 737-800. Let's have a look. It's not Bob, is it? The one that we adopted last week. No, Golf Juliet Zulu Delta Charlie. Not that one. John McKenzie, you're right. Grange Hill. Didn't they have a pop song? Just say no. No. Just say no. I'll have to Google that one up later because I have got no clue if it even sounded much like that. Well, it wouldn't have sounded much like it. But yeah, you're right. They did have a top of the pops, top 10, top 20. Can't have been number one, can it? I know we used to get some fairly eclectic choices top the charts, but I can't imagine it was that. Chip has 1990. Hello to you, buddy. And you're right, Skated Banana. I had this idea it came from America, the just say no thing, and I can see it now. Nancy Reagan on a horse holding up a piece of card with just say no written on it. Am I shopping in the right memory? I think I probably am. Yeah, you're right, mate. That's, I think, where that originated. Good morning, Jonathan McD. Same line of thought. We're all on the same page. Aviation Action Scotland, good morning to you. I'll try and keep up with this jet too and see if I can stay in the chat as well. So this should be a regulation turn and burn. Sunnyside Jet2 Holidays livery. Not the 9 o'clock news. I remember that too, DB Bassman. Wasn't that kind of like required viewing back in the day? It was, don't know whether it would stand well in terms of, is it still funny now? I don't know, but really enjoyed that back in the day. Here she goes. So let's rest up with our poorly United 757 for a jiff. Just for a jiff. Yeah, Jonathan McD, yeah. I'm a trucker and I like to truck. Yeah, and the young ones. I mean, for those of you who don't remember those shows, different era or watching your TV in a different country, there was some real cult TV, I think, in the UK in the 70s, early 80s, and that's a couple of examples. DB says plenty of YouTube videos of Not the 9 o'clock news. I'll have to do a bit of nostalgia. Do like a spot of nostalgia. Chepaz says the plane you were looking at, yeah, it's still on for a 1600 departure, so kind of suggests to me that they're still waiting on a bit of something. We have somebody on finals, you'll be delighted to know. I was saying how warm it felt earlier, but now I'm feeling a bit of a nip. Anyway, inbound, the folks on this inbound will be feeling the nip too. Inbound from Alicante, we have an A319-100. I know parts of Spain have been hit with terrible floods. Valencia, you've probably seen it on the news yourself, cars being washed down streets and so forth. I can't visualise the distance between Alicante and Valencia. Can't imagine that the weather systems will have been that different. David Smart, you're another one that'll do for me. Another no. Just say no. I probably should have got another little graphic that says, just say no. So we've got BA on the push, so we'll just rest with that while we await the inbound easy squeezy jet from Alicante. No worries, Jonathan McD. I don't mind a little bit of exploration. I really don't, especially if it's a bit like music, isn't it, as well? You kind of, it switches on parts of the brain that have laid dormant. There's a lot of dormant capacity in my brain. Yeah, it's almost going to John Mackenzie's comment at the foot of the chat. When you see what you see with Valencia on the TV, it's just unrecognisable. Now, I've never visited, but you know what I mean by unrecognisable. You think, hang on a minute, it looks like something you might see in some far-flung place that is used to dealing with terrible conditions. I already spent 3 months, 6 months, I can't remember, somewhere between the two, living in Valencia whilst he was at uni. Had a year abroad. 6 months in Madrid, I think it was, or 9 months and 3 months in Valencia, something a bit like that. That's how we kind of got to be handy at Spanish. But yeah, heartbreaking stuff. I'll tell you what, it's a real BA fest on the front lot. I can see 4. What have we got there? An Embraer 190. That'll probably be for London City. I did make the rash comment last week that if BA are still running their service to, I think it was Palma, I said you pardon the crudity, I said I'll bear my backside in Woolies, so to speak. Bear in mind, Woolworths are closed in the UK, so it's more of a rhetorical thing to say. Oh, hang on a minute, Aviation Action Scotland, the Kenny Everett video show. Now that was must watch as well. All done in the best possible taste, indeed. Siobhan had bad floods in Tuscany last year. This sort of propensity towards severe and dangerous flooding is really well, it's an obvious point, but when I say no laughing matter, I think you know what I mean. It's almost hard to assimilate, to be honest. Oh, Michael, you are awful. Actually, I'm thinking of Dick Emery, where I think was it the role of the vicar that he used to play, where he used to go, "You are awful, but I do like you," or something a bit like that. Alright, let's catch hold of a bit of EasyJet. May as well ride with it for the minute. As it is the only thing that I can physically see moving. I'm still buzzing with the fact we got an A321, a Jet 2 A321. Better yet, a brand new one. Great shout from DB on that snippet. I know they see plenty of that in Manchester, but I think we've had the odd training flight pass through Newcastle in months previous. No, you've got me there, David Smart. Don't remember the High Life. Although who was starring in it? Sometimes I can get there that way. Yeah, Keith Cornell, Dick Emery. Dick Emery. Dad, I got it wrong again. Remember that? There was like, played that dad and lad type combi. Was Dad Roy Kinnear, and Dick Emery was a denim-clad teenager, I suppose, if you can imagine that. But he always somehow naffed things up, much to Roy Kinnear's discomfort. Dad, I got it wrong again. Chip has Who matron. I don't think I've got the range for that one. Yeah, Carry On Movies classic. Carry On Plane Spotting. That's the one they should have made. When you think about it, the casting for some very slapstick comedy really was what made it work as a cult thing, wasn't it? I mean, Sid James, I mean, if you didn't cast Sid James in that Sid James role, I don't know where you'd have shot for anything quite like that. You know. Now, whoever put those together, particularly the earlier ones, you know, Kenneth Williams, Charles Hawtrey, Hattie Jakes, knew what they were doing. Good morning, Dopey Corp. How you doing, pal? Hope you're keeping well. Rab H is all refreshed from his shower. Excellent stuff. I think this British Airways departure could do with a little bit of a shower, just to put a bit of pep in its rolling. So this is the A320 departure. There's a 321 to go yet. Oh, hang on a minute. Let's, United are on the push. United. There you go. Loving that. Let's take the one snap of that, I think. So I can get the barge in the shot as well. That'll do. I must have several pictures of this one, but I like it. Yeah, Jonathan McD. Windsor Davis. Shut up! What's that? It ain't half hot, mum. Yeah, I used to like that one as a kid as well. Didn't Windsor Davis and the chap who played the little guy, Lofty, didn't they have a #1 song? Don't make me sing it, Debbie. Whispering Grass. I'm sure that went to #1. Things that went to #1 in the UK in the 70s are just too many and varied. We could probably do with a different chit chat on some of the more eccentric picks. Everything from St Winifred's Church Choir to Lord knows what. Joe Dolce with Shut Up Your Face. You know, you couldn't imagine all these quirky records getting anywhere near top spot now. Oh yes, David Smart, Bless This House, definitely. Yep, Khyber Pass, that's one of my favourite ones. I also like, is it Carry On Matron, when they're all obviously in the hospital. And Hattie Jakes is busy being a bossy matron and pursuing her interest in Dr. Oh, hang on, I'm getting confused now. Kenneth Williams, but was it Dr. Nookie? You can't make this stuff up, can you? And bear in mind, this is a clean, family, enjoyable show. But Dr. Nookie, can you imagine if that was your surname? You'd have to get a depot change, wouldn't it? I sometimes say that to Mrs. PSA. I'll say, you know, if my surname had been this, would you have taken my name? And just sort of play with the parameters of what would just bring you into just wetting yourself with laughter. Dr. Nookie. Ah, on the buses, says Dr. Kersey. Now, I like on the buses. Mrs. PSA absolutely loves on the buses, so that's kind of what got me into on the buses. Yeah, gold, pure gold. Good morning, Mark Pride. Hello to you. Ah, Doctor in the House films too. You see, we've talked about this before. People don't make good stuff in the same volumes as they did back in the day. It's a view. I know Netflix do a lot of good stuff, you know, as in commission and make, but I don't know. I've said before, comedy writing is a dying art, I think. So EasyJet inbound from London Gatwick and a 319-100. That's the way things are running. Siobhan Everett, it's a good thing not to remember any of the shows we're talking about. I mean, when we're finished, not when we're live, you want to check some out. In fact, you can find a lot of this stuff, can't you? Certainly on the Freeview channels and UK Gold and so forth. I don't think our Eddie is particularly enamoured. So you want to check this out. So British Airways currently holding short to permit this EasyJet arrival. United Airlines have pushed and turned their 757 departure to New York Newark. So things ticking along nicely here at Edinburgh. If you've just joined, I'm Mark, so pleased to be in your company. As always, gentle plea on likes, and if you've yet to subscribe to the channel, we'd love to have you with us. Of course, likes and subs being entirely free, and as a small channel it really does punch its weight, it really does. So gentle plea done. Memberships, I'll only do it the once, but just to say we do have membership available for the channel. That if you just click on the $sign, that's without obligation. So it's not like you click on the $sign and you've bought something, but that tells you what you get for $1.99 a month. We think we offer a decent package at that price point, but others, you have to make your own choice on that. I did say no hard sell. Back to the chat. A couple of good mornings. Glickers, all the way to the other side of the world, possibly the furthest away from where I'm standing now, I think. Glickers is in Christchurch, New Zealand. So if you're watching the show, let's go to the, I'm getting all leery with the camera, I forgot about this baby. If you think you are further away than Glickers from Edinburgh, do let us know. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. Good morning, Sylvia Barker and John Salt. Hope you are both doing well, and not as far away as Glickers, but in a very beautiful part of the world too. Eileen Baldwin, good morning to you in Orkney. Rab H asks, I'm going to say, yes, I've had a Wombles record, pretty sure. Wombles Greatest Hits, or the best of the Wombles. Did they do something a bit like that? Remember you're a Womble. Did. Remember you're a Womble. Is it Mike Samuels who used to be the genius behind the Wombles? Anyway, I'm going to put my hand up. I've also got quite a lot of, I did until I sold them all, stupidly, quite a lot of ABBA vinyl as well. Back in the day. Loved a bit of ABBA, still do. I realise that burnishes my cool credentials a little bit more. The Wombles. Great one, Rab. Underground, overground, wombling free. The Wombles of Wimbledon, common are we. No, not going to do any more of that. Poor old Sophie L. I wanted to do a bit more gold for her 12 months, and I got mentally blocked by a different use of that tune. And yet the Wombles I seem to be able to recite ad nauseum. Checking out a bit of orange in the chat, changing things on a little bit. Yvonne V, Nell W, lighting it up orange for EasyJet. Yes, Rab H, I see the deployment of the no-sing zone. However, I've only just seen it, and therefore I'm in business. Nell W, my first planes and trains moment of the show, I think, knowingly. Although I'm fairly sure Gary Fleming is going to point out that I've missed probably the Flying Scotsman or something. Driven by a panda or something. Just my luck, wouldn't it? So there's your 757. Who are the Wombles, says Siobhan. Tell you what, open another tab up. Don't leave me. Don't leave me, Siobhan. And if you put the Wombles into YouTube, you'll soon find out. Oh, China Eastern have permission for Edinburgh. Did not know that. That is great news, Chippers. Be interesting, like you say, if they take it up. Wasn't there talk last year that Ethiopian had the option on Edinburgh, but as far as I'm aware, didn't take it out. They ain't showed yet, so I don't think they took it up. Anyway, by the by, that would be interesting. Strategically, I think pretty sensible, if I'm honest. I mean, this is Scotland's #1 airport. If you think about connectivity, you can argue about the charms of Glasgow versus Edinburgh, but it's the percentage play, which is why I think you've got so many transatlantics here. Ooh, what have we got happening here as well? KLM on the move already? I'm just going to give us a bit of front end on that. Too nice not to look at. Johnny Wheels, good morning to you in Granton, Edinburgh. Mike Batt, thank you. Cripes, I'm not alone. There's others who know about this stuff. It's a relief. I can still hear the Wombles in my head. I'm still remembering I'm a Womble going out short, this baby. Check out those Wookiee notes. Turn and burn. Come on, baby. Should get a bit of this, ready to climb on those Embraers. So it proved. Well done, KLM. I think I'll film this one, so I'll just go quiet on commentary for a minute. Well, in a second. Just take the graphics off. Rab H, massive ABBA fan too. Yeah, I think I had all their albums, to be honest. And I've got ABBA's Greatest Hits. Invariably gets a lot of spank on Spotify from me. Good morning, the Aviation lads. How you doing, fellas? Good morning, Scottish Linda. How you doing? I'm not sure what bit of your mind I've read, but it's good we're on the same page. Hello to you, Carl Sheil in Dublin. How goes it? Mark 176, hello to you. Yeah, I love those 757s. It's a difficult thing. Today's online poll, please do cast your vote. Finishing that one at 10 o'clock, so we're in the last half hour or so of it. Strangest thing really, we are definitely on winter timetable, but I think we're seeing more Jet 2 in the early phase, or this mid-early phase of the show, than we normally do. Still a bit of sunshine to be had somewhere. Ooh, nice one, Mikey. Gemini 200 model of the KLM Embraer. Smart. Good morning, John Rucroft. Yeah, Benny Hill and Ernie. That was a hit record, wasn't it? Ernie. He rode the fastest milk cart in the West. Remember that bit? I used to love that song. Might have to see if I can find that on Spotify when I get back. Yeah, great one that. Michelle Johnson, good morning to Orinoco. Orinoco was my favourite Womble. Although, to be fair, I can't remember too many of the other ones. Uncle Bulgaria. And I'm kind of scratching at the minute. I'm not sure. I see an ATR over yonder. Looks like it's going somewhere. So we'll just loiter with it for the minute while I smile with the, the thought of me being Orinoco. Yeah, I think you're right, Mark 176. Certainly most of what we've seen go so far has been that sort of Canary Island direction. So we've got Loganair ERJ145 off to Bergen that's transponding, and we've also got the Nuki flight, which is this one, off to the former RAF St Morgan base. That's due to go at 9 o'clock. So, Carl Shield says the Iberia 321 XLR is going to Heathrow soon. Yeah, I did say, didn't I, Carl, that it looked like Iberia were going to be ahead of Aer Lingus on that one, or so it seemed. That'd be a great thing to see, and I think we're going to see plenty of XLR action here with the transatlantics once things start, when they start being delivered. Political bias. Good morning, PB. Hope you're keeping well. To be fair, Michelle, I've only got, I forgot, like I say, Uncle Bulgaria, Orinoco. There's a lady one that I cannot remember for the life of me, but it'll come to me during the course of the show. Help me out, folks. Womble Mark. Good morning, Jeff Smith. Dopey Gorp, were you a big Wombles enthusiast, or are you going to say you were too young as well? Are you going to go for the Siobhan Everett card? I think you probably were, weren't you, actually, on reflection? I will come back here tomorrow armed with the names of all of the Wombles. Please do watch though. Yeah, going short, I think, this baby. I think Surfer Dude's probably not chock heavy on that plane. Oh, it's making me laugh. It's misting my glasses up. Ah, thank you, Tina. You're Madame Chalet. You got to do the washing up for Madame Chalet. Bum, 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 bum. Remember? Oh no, I've got to stop doing this because it's just gonna. I'll wake up at 3 in the morning with that tune banging in my head. Well, when I say tune, obviously when in my head it's a tune. I'd like to dedicate today's show to the creativity that was the Wombles. Tell you what, joking aside, Dave's costumes must have been devilishly hot to be inside, particularly in a studio filming, you know, on top of the pops and so forth. I can remember too many years ago when Eddie was a nipper and we were on a Thompson, or Chewy as it might have been then, I'm not sure, super family holiday in Ibiza, and they got one of the team there dressed up as Thompson the dog on what I can only describe as, well, we'll say 33 degrees Celsius, so a baking hot day, and they got somebody in one of these dog costumes. I thought, I bet it's absolutely rank inside that costume, because I bet it don't get dry cleaned much between uses, and it didn't look machine safe. I bet at the end of the summer season it were proper jumping. Funny things you think about when you're sitting there sipping a cold one, watching your child listening to a story read by somebody dressed up as a dog. Wombling Merry Christmas. Oh dear. I think we probably ought to see if we can get that soundtrack for our online members Christmas social. Not sure how it's going to be copyright, isn't it, still, but I think it would definitely bring a tear to some eyes. Reminds me, members, we'll put a post out, but we've settled now pretty much on either Saturday the 21st or Sunday the 22nd for the online social. That's December we're talking. Put some stuff out shortly on that one, members. We'll put it to a poll actually to settle the choice between the two and just go with what that decides. Good morning, Giant Coin Stacks. Hey buddy. Oh, we're off. Mohawk, Scotland. Good morning to you, Mohawk. Right, let's get to the Loganair, Scotland's finest, on parade. The RJ145. Not quite sure prior ownership on this. I think a number of these were British Midland, weren't they? So hold that thought. So back to hot dog suits. Skating Banana was a radio station mascot in a dog suit. Hot, exactly so. So it didn't get rank. But I'm guessing it's the same principle, isn't it? You know, like if you imagine that the dog suit gets delivered in April, May for the start of the summer season, most days are corkingly hot and the thing isn't machine washable. Is it likely that they're going to get much dry cleaning? And is dry cleaning any good for that kind of thing? I don't know. So I'm relieved for you, Skating Banana. Oh dear, that's made me laugh. Rab8 has got Scotland's finest emoji going, as has Nell W. Nice to see. Love that tartan. Classy. Oh, we've got an Yvonne C. Got an Yvonne V and an Yvonne C. I'm loving it. Convention of Yvonnes. We do well with Lindas. We've got Linda Cooper, Scott Box Linda, and Scottish Linda. And I think there might even be another Linda. Anyway, I'm waffling. Gary Fleming, great friend as you are of the channel. For 8 months you have been a member, and that is fantastic support. Fireworks coming, and the flying piggy emoji gets a good old outing. Is that the way you're going to vote, Gary? You're going to torment this old geezer? Gary, here's your fireworks, mate. Thank you so much. Scottish Linda actually is in there with some Scotland's finest as well, and Eileen Baldwin. I'll tell you what, Carl Shield, it is always a sad moment for me when they stop doing the A320 here. That's when you know you're into winter season. I do hope we keep the procession and turboprops up, because I honestly think that this airport is peerless for the mix of jets and turbos, certainly in UK terms. So that one, off to Bergen. I think we'll just dob onto this Ryanair just for a second. Good stuff. Some more Scotland's finest in the chat. Linda Cooper, Gary Fleming and Nell W. You can't beat the flying piggy, it seems, Michelle. Eddie strong-armed me into this blinking Pegasus emoji caper. I've been coerced. He says, Dad, it got plane of the day in the first part of the show. Can't ignore that. In fact, it would have been plane of the show if the Luftwaffe hadn't turned up in part 2, or we hadn't needed 2 parts. Indochine lover, hello to you. From ORD Chicago. Is that ORD? Put me right. I'm having a really vacant day today. A really vacant day. Good morning to Gordon Kerr. Hello Gordon, how goes it, pal? This time next week you'll be flying out from Newcastle to Lanzarote for 2 weeks of winter sun. Loving that, Gordon. Have a cracking time, my friend. Hang on a minute, what's Nell W 100% agreeing with Gary Fleming? Surely not the flying piggy. Ah! And Michelle's in the same space. He was the poor underdog. Well, I must admit, yeah, I get that, but no cigar, no dice. Indochine lover, Chicago, Aces. That is definitely an airport I would love to visit. Not in the winter though. Sorry Debbie, today, I don't know. Is that for me today? You know me, I'm skitting around all over the place. Retreating Blade 1. Good morning to you. We have on final approach, what do we have? An EasyJet from Bristol, a 320 Neo, 6 years of age. Guzzle, Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel Lima, coming our way. Ryanair should start to cut the shot any second now, and then we'll go and find our inbound EasyJet. Okay, well, breeze is just picking up on my back, and I'm kind of wondering, I'll have a look at the windsock in a minute. It's supposed to say resolutely westerly southwesterly today, but it kind of feels like it's coming a little bit more from behind me, which is northerly-ish. No real strength to it, but it is just picking up a tidge. Tell you what folks, the skyline over the hills just looks fascinating, I reckon. All things possible. I think they're a bit shorter on sunshine than they were in the earlier phase of the show. Oh, green moment. Firewalker John, 12 months already. Great stream, guys. Firewalker John, thank you for being being part of our community. Absolutely super stuff. Thank you for your loyalty, support, and fireworks are for you. Here we go. bit like with Sophie L. I really should be singing You Are Gold, but it ain't happening for me today. Well, I suppose, Gordon Kerr, you could say that a few days away from footy might not be a bad thing. I could do with 2 weeks of warm Canary Island sunshine to take my mind off Leicester City. Although I say that, I'd be buying a newspaper every day and strolling my phone trying to keep up to date with things, so perhaps I'm not being entirely frank. So, British Airways, another 321 Neo from Britain's flag carrier. That's 2 they've deployed already. I was rather hoping we'd get the A319 with the BEA livery. I think we haven't seen that for a bit. It's been through Newcastle recently. Or the Better World, Tina's favourite. Either would do nicely. Eddie is in the house. Good morning, our Eddie. Eddie, I was talking on chat about, we were talking about the Wombles. You don't have to worry yourself too much about that one. But I was reminiscing about a previous family holiday when you were a nipper and how hot those costumes get, you know, animal costumes, if you will. And I was thinking particularly of, I'm sure it was Ibiza with Thompson the dog. And we were talking about how, you know, stuffy it might be getting in those costumes. Do you remember Thompson the dog? Anyway. Oops, cripes. Telescope alert. Could be telescope 27. If I don't get on it, bags of time. Dopey Gorp, stand down. Oh, you've got Cheeky with you, have you, Eddie? Cheeky, it's Grandad. Are you right, sweetheart? Watching the planes with Grandad? God love my granddaughter. Oh, she's been shouting, hello, Grandad. Hello, Cheeky. This is Grandad. Can you hear me? Over? Oh, dear. Oh dear, does that mean, I've just seen the other bit, Cheeky's got a bit of a cold. We've got Cheeky from Tuesday, haven't we? Back to normal next week. So does that mean I'm going to have a bit of a cold? Is that your way of structuring my expectations already? Tina says the better world is off to Nice. I just feel we're due one, Tina. I think we are due an appearance, but gonna wait for another week. I'm trying to get to the bottom of the chat. Sorry, I've gone all dewy-eyed, like all granddads and grandmas out there. I'm very, very proud. Oh no, Eddie! I feel I'm Miss Cheeky. Oh dear. It's not a real name, folks. That's Grandad's pet name. Cause she is cheeky. Maybe sing a song for her, Debbie. Shall I sing? Shall I sing? Shall I sing a song for you? Shall I sing a song for you? Oh dear, gone all light-headed now. Might have to have a snack. Tina, I'm getting closer. Is she coming on Monday? I'm here Monday. Being photobombed by a gas truck. Anyway, the main thing is, Eddie, that she's sitting there nice and comfy watching the planes with Grandad, because when she stays with us in the week, sometimes we watch other aviation live stream action, shall we say, just to build on her education. How's the heavy pole running actually while I think about it? Because I know Eddie's swapping it over at the top of the hour. I think it was the A350, I think I remember Rab posting as the one that's out front. And then we're going to unleash the Pegasus on you. So just hold that thought. Yeah, I'm going to be here Monday, Michelle. Monday. Right, let's have a look, see. There's a conspicuous lack of planes on the deck that are transponding at the minute. Let's just see if we are going to get... I did a little bit of advanced planning. I know we had a potential for a little gap. Sorry, Russell is on the stream now. That's me tackling... Oh crap, I better switch something on as well. Just realised I've not got the camcorder charging yet. I have now. I don't know if folks have picked up on the other news. Chip House was talking about China Eastern potentially having an option on Edinburgh. We've got Austrian Airlines here apparently next year. There's something on the official website that Les Donaldson pointed me towards. So I think it starts next June, Austrian Airlines. This is true. Just double checking my notes. 3 services, Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays, with an A320, and that's from June to September next year. So it's looking doubly exciting next year. Bearing in mind we've got American Airlines entering the fray next May, I think it is. So this place is going to rock. And I guess if they get that, so I don't think they've got the US border check thing in place here that they have at Dublin and a very small number of other airports. I know they were looking at doing that, and I think all that's going to do is accelerate certainly American carriers to want to do more here. Linda's got more Club Orange biscuits for excellent. God love you, Linda. If you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club. Could be essential. It's an exciting day we've got in shot tomorrow with the Emirates 777, which we think is a 200. I think that was the expectation. Oh, that's interesting, Rab H. I saw that on Flight Radar. I didn't realise it had departed East Fortune. So we're chatting about a light aircraft that I think I clocked out in the Firth of Forth. Currently tracking the coast, looking at it. If you go on to Flight Radar, folks, you'll see that PM Aviation quick. Was there a picture of it? No picture. That's a shame. Is it some kind of mapping, or one of those planes with a big bulbous dome on the front? Because it looks, if you go on Flight Radar, it looks like an Etch-a-Sketch trace of the North Berwick coast as it works its way round towards Edinburgh. And it's keeping nice and low at 915. It's a microlight, is it, Rab? Oh, so it's not that. And of course, I'm definitely going to be up for that microlight flight next year, next spring, for one of my misdemeanors. We've still got the Tiger Moth thing to do yet, but in fact, we've got an abundance of exciting things to do, really, because Rab's idea about the Fourth Rail Bridge sounds terrifyingly exciting. We've got the Tiger Moth, and like I say, I want to go up in one of those two-seater microlights. So we've just got to figure out how we make all those things happen. Cabo Taxi, good morning to you, Cabo Taxi. How you doing, pal? Qatar changed their morning departure. Yeah, I've clocked that. We got it in the front end of the show, mate. Managed. I think we're going to probably put that out as a separate standalone clip as well. I think I filmed that. I seem to think that's what I was intending to do. But yeah, they've made the switch. I am here tomorrow, Cabo. I'm doing a back-to-back. So we will be here live tomorrow from 8:30 in the morning. That'll be the plan. So we've got an EasyJet turned around pretty swiftly for Alicante. Let's get on it. It's just on the turn at the minute, actually. Trying to blend in unsuccessfully. It's been pushed back. There we go. That's a quick turnaround. Catch you soon, Chipaz 1990. Do not slip. Aviation Factor 2001. Hello to you. Hope all is good. No, the Emirates Days tomorrow, Mark 176, 1320. It's a one-off early bird. Skies are barren, says Rab. Winter timetable has got us, hasn't it? So I tell you what, Eddie, let's use this moment. Can we close the poll? So final call on poll votes. So what do we have? 75, 77, 787, 350. So Eddie, or Cheeky, probably Cheeky's in charge at back in the studio. Let's close the poll down. Let's see who has triumphed. It was 350 last I was aware. I can't see it live, so I'm kind of in the hands of the studio. Good morning, Simon E. How you doing, my friend? Well, while we await that EasyJet, let's just go for a little bit of a Taz. There we go, good old British Airways. I thought there's enough British Airways on the deck here for somebody to be shaking a leg, and so it goes. Right, here is the poll. Thank you, Eddie. So 235 votes cast, and it looks like the 350 won it. Pursued by the 777, which of course we are going to see tomorrow. And wait till you keep still. Dreamliner got a paltry 9%, and and the 757 18. So the 350 has it, and oh man, Rab H, you are a superstar. Co-feed us to support our enterprises over this double header. Fireworks for Rab, great friend of the channel and a superstar moderator to boot. EasyJet showing a leg for the Valencia departure. So it's going to go out short. Right, Eddie, if you want to open up the second of the polls, we'll have a chat about that in a jiff. Just let me know in the chat when you are live. So it's going to be a straightforward emoji poll proposition. And while we hold that thought, Ross McNeil, good morning to you, Ross. Happy Sunday, my friend. It feels a proper Sunday as well. It's very quiet down here. So I think Qatar Airways, when they swapped out the A350 in the morning, picking up on Cabo Taxi's point, probably should have taken account of not the economics of aviation, but the fact that the 350 is the more popular ride for us avgeeks. Debbie says the Dreamliner was robbed. It really was, wasn't it? It's had its pockets picked. No question. I must admit, I thought it would poll a bit more strongly than that. Although I was wondering, ultimately, where the 767 would have sat there. But YouTube only give you four choices, sadly. It's an interesting point Cabo Taxi makes in relation to the switch by Qatar Airways switching to the Dreamliner for the early flight, because, you know, in some respects they're both playing the hub cards, aren't they? So it's going to be fascinating. Good morning, Alexandra Wood. How you doing? Hope all is good. You're just in time for the second poll of the show, the A350 scooping most popular heavy of those on offer, but we've got an emoji dilemma coming up. So what about the Pegasus? Ash, the thing is, mate, you are now immortalised, aren't you? Because in my head it's like, well, if Ash rocks up, something good's going to happen. It's a bit like if JRS Aviation, the the kind soul that told us in the chat that we were getting that Lufthansa A400. I think we thought too good to be true, didn't we, at the time? But JRS was spot on. But yeah, you were here, so you've got to take some credit. There used to be another spotter, an Edinburgh spotter that used to, if ever, I can't think of his handle, but if ever saw him down here or at the airport, there was always something good or exceptional coming. Just can't think of his handle for the life of me, but I'm a bit superstitious about these kind of things, so, you know. There's a guy who does Newcastle Airport with stills, Mark Bell, and if ever I see Mark Bell rock up with his gargantuan lens, a bit like Ash's, I think something good's happening. No, Ash, not the flying piggy. Pig sick. So anyway, poll number 2. Has Eddie got it up yet? That doesn't sound right, does it? Eddie, are you receiving me? Over. Cheeky. Tell Daddy to get onto the pole. Ooh, planes and trains coming our way. Look at this, baby. Go on. It's another thing that Edinburgh has that few others have. Such a great planes and trains perspective. So, oh, hang on a minute. Something nice has happened. Ash Watts has been incredibly generous to the channel. Great friend as he is. Gifting 5 memberships. We'll do your fireworks in a second, Ash, because I think this Loganair is going to start rolling. I haven't even got a clue where it's rolling to. Oops. Exeter. Come back in the shot. The strangest of things has happened. The sun has come out. I don't know if Linda Cooper is still in the show, but do you remember last week, Linda, when you took the show over? It was a cripes, this sun's gone blinking fierce now. As you can see there, look at that. It's just started spitting with rain. At least I hope it's rain. Oh, Bennett, that is severe. Ash Watts. Fireworks, that's what I'm thinking. So let's just track the next departure. Anyway, last week I had to run back to the car to get the peak cap. This time I'm on my Jack Jones, so I'm beanied. I'm in beanie, which is perfect until the sun's on me. So, saying that, I'm keeping a nice temperature. Right, Ash Watts, thank you so much. Here's your fireworks, my friend. Right, who got? Alan T. We've seen Alan T in the show. Smudger, loving that handle. American Prairie Time. Simon Gardner. And Jerry Long. Welcome aboard, one and all. Now I'm staying over Cabo. So it's economics on this one made no sense to go back to come up, both in terms of mileage on the car and petrol. It cost me about 33 quid. Or thereabouts on petrol. So to go up and back down, I found actually I got myself travel lodged up for barely anything more than that, 43 quid. So it kind of, go home tonight, do all the driving, come back, save a tenner, didn't seem to be the way to go really. So now I'm staying. Should I stay or should I go? Yeah, we seem Mark 176 heavy on BAs today. In fact, there's a couple of 321s in. Maybe one of them. Sophie L, the poll isn't up. I think Eddie is away from the screen. Eddie, are you receiving? Over. I might have to phone him up. Oh, hang on a minute, you've got it. Raining with Rab. Play the team game on that one, buddy. Hang on to the rain. Nah, I can't see either. I don't even know if Eddie... So, hang on a minute. So, just for the avoidance of doubt, I'll look straight to the bottom of the chat. Can you see the poll for the emoji? The emoji poll. Because the thing we are voting on is this. Now, obviously, only members can actually use the emoji, but we're making it a generic show poll because it kind of makes sense, and you know, let's get everybody helping us on that decision. So easy there. Pegasus tail fin, Flying Piggy, or just say no. Oh, British Airways on the roll, and somebody on finals. It's picking up tempo. New time for a snooze. So if you want a bit more of the world's favourite airline, self-styled that is. Oh, by the way, I have, oh, cripes, someone's shooting at me. EasyJet inbound from Milan, an A319-100, 17 years of age. We'll stay with the A321 for the minute. That ain't going short. Interesting point Rab makes there about the CO not rotating as quickly as the Neo. Intuitively, I kind of would have figured that the other way around, but I've got no science behind my thinking, except, you know, generally things that are more economical sometimes lack the pure grunt. But of course, it's not as simple as that. So here's our inbound Milan arrival. I think I'm going to have to check the forecast, because 5%, if this is what 5% chance of rain looks like, I'm kind of thinking, who's the bookmaker? We'll just rest up with the easy squeezy jet. So let's have a look. Bottom of the chat, look it up. Alexander Wood, LW. Oh, come on team, Flying Piggies all the way. Let's get back to something more conventional, some orange, EasyJet orange. Hang on, where's my EasyJet gone? I see Sophie L, Michelle Johnson, Eileen Baldwin and Alexandra Wood, lighting the chart orange, easy orange. You know when you've been tangoed. 187 likes, says LW. And we are getting close to that 200. Yeah, please do give us a like, team. If you're in the show, you've not yet hit the button. It goes such a long way. Do let me know when we hit the 200. I'm getting excitable already. All right, Rob H. I think it might rain tomorrow. The 10% probability and that heavy cloud graphic. But I thought 5%. I'm rarely rained on with a 5% forecast. Although I say rarely, not never. Tell you what, that's going at a reasonable clip. So British Airways are next to go with their A321 returning to Heathrow. Thanks, Michelle. Likes really do make the world go round. They really do. YouTube don't really bend over backwards for small channels. You've got to get bigger before they take you seriously. But that's for them. But certainly likes make our life that little bit better. I wonder if we can get a planes and trains moment out of that. Somebody's on final, so they need to snap out the daydream. That somebody is a Ryanair inbound from Faro. Bit of bird scaring again. A bit of fluff there, unless my eyes deceive me. And then we're gone. Say the cloud is pretty low. I've not looked it up on Metar, to be honest, to see where the ceiling is, but even to the naked eye, it's not high. I'll rest up on these West Atlantics while I quickly jump to the chat. Loads of British Airways emoji action. I see Rab H, Eileen Baldwin, Sophie L, Nell and Alexandra Wood. Oops, crikey, that plane is closing faster than I thought. Telescope 27, averted. Morning.
Are you Mark?
I am, who's you?
Derek.
Derek, how you doing? Derek Porter, Derek. So Derek Porter, for those who weren't in last week's show, was joining me last week down here on Almond Bank. Got fairly close, didn't you?
I just got along that wee fence area.
And Derek's daughter slipped over on the mud. Not the first person to slip on that mud. I have to say, I've had a few close shaves, but so far I've managed to keep myself nice and dry. She's all right though.
She's all right. I usually slip down there when I'm coming here filming the military T2 aircraft flying past.
Well, it's funny. I think last week we were chasing a little light aircraft over that way, so I went onto the lee side of the slope.
And you'll lose
It
your
doesn't.
footing.
Yeah. It's you kind of realise you're tempting fate. To be honest, it's. Luckily, I didn't end up in there, but.
Sort of like,
Ooh. I see a firework moment just splashed in the chat, so let me just quickly catch myself up. Eileen Baldwin, have a great time at the beach. Otters have been spotted. Now we have otters in Northumberland, but it's a bit like the Northern Lights. I've yet to see any otters or seals. Happy hunting there. Well, figuratively, obviously you're not out there with a big bazooka kind of thing. If you see any, Eileen, do pop up on the Facebook group. Ash says 1,300 feet, our cloud base here. Yeah, intuitively, I thought it might have been as low as 1,000, to be honest, Ash, but confirmation it is low. Good morning, David Gordon. Hope all is good. Chip has 1990, freshly showered, I'm back in the show. Oh, and here we go. Firework moment. Sarid 63. Welcome to the PSA Crew Lounge. And what we always do, like in the Navy, they might pipe you aboard. With us, it's fireworks. So a pleasure to have you with us. I'm Mark, just in case you missed introductions earlier. What's your daughter's first name?
Emily.
Emily. Shout out to Emily as well, Derek Porter's granddaughter, who slipped on the mud last week. Emily, I'm absolutely gutted that I didn't get a chance to meet you, and hopefully at some point in the future you'll be back down here with Grandad.
Thanks, Dad.
Dad, sorry, I'm Grandad. As in, like, not Emily's Grandad. Dad, sorry. You're not that old.
No, I'm not.
I am. Yeah, good stuff. No, but cross purposes, because my lad is watching the show at home and doing a couple of remote bits for us, watching it with my granddaughter. So my granddaughter, she's only 2.5, but she's starting off as she means to go on.
Well, not long in Emily's life, I brought her to Crash Gate 6 when British European Airways were still flying.
Yeah.
BE Flybe, and I was sitting there, wee de Havilland -8 took off, and the big smile on her face said it all.
I think it's one of those things, isn't it? When it's in your blood, it's in your blood.
Blame my folks, they're ex-RAF.
There you go. So have you travelled around quite a bit with your folks, posting wise?
No, it was before I was born. They were 60s RAF. I'm a 70s kid.
Yeah, I'm 60s born, but 70s in terms of what I can remember.
Yeah.
But as I've said on previous shows, really, we cut my teeth, both sets of grandparents. One side was our ex-RAF as it goes, but both sets worked at Heathrow Airport. So come summer holidays, even though we lived in Leicestershire, we'd often be down there for a week, 2 weeks, depending on whatever. So I cut my teeth watching the planes from the back garden back in the day. Otherwise, I don't know how, it probably wouldn't have happened that way.
Mine was Prestwick.
That's a fascinating airport, Prestwick.
That was my local one, Prestwick, because I'm originally an Ayrshire laddie. So, lived here since 1980.
Welcome back, Aviation World. You're going out soon? Well, caught a piece of you. How goes it? So our next inbound is gonna be it's Air France. Vive la France! Inbound from Charles Paris de Gaulle. It is an Embraer 190 long range. They sent us a 319 last week, which was nice. Certainly they had an early flight last week. This one I think is generally an Embraer flight. I think hopefully it'll be like last winter where they convert those to the A220. That used to be our regular, but we'll see. It's definitely space for an A220.
That's the Canadian Bombardier.
Yeah.
As was.
Well, they kind of did a neat bit of business, didn't they, with that one? It's like an off-the-shelf purchase, I suppose.
Yeah.
I've never flown on one, but they certainly seem to have a lot going for them economics-wise.
Well, I voted. I went for the A350.
I think that won out. It did win out. Which way would you go on Pegasus emojis? Should we have one at all?
Oh, definitely. I think you should have a lot of the emojis.
Trouble is with YouTube, they restrict the number you can have by the number of members you have. So you kind of, as we often do, if we're at Newcastle, I have to swap out some of the emojis because obviously we're not going to see a 757 at Newcastle. Come here, you have to swap them back in. And occasionally I forget and I've got the wrong ones in the wrong place. It don't happen too often.
I mind those 757s were commonplace here. British Airways from Heathrow to Edinburgh.
Tell you what, it is a good looking livery. No question about that. So we've got somebody else on finals. We'll just stay on this while it makes its turn, I think. Could be the way to go. Ooh la la indeed, Alexander Wood. I took that emoji out, didn't I, to make way for the Pegasus thing. Ah, just exactly what I was saying to Derek. It's a constant sort of trade all the time. Which emojis? It's like the toga one. If you don't get a toga, it's a complete waste of an emoji. If you've got lots of emojis, you can run that bet, can't you? I think that's the way it goes. I think I've chucked toga out. I'm not sure. If I didn't, I was close to doing it. Let's look at Nels. Nels, you're right, the poll should be cancelled really. Out of curiosity, what is front running at the minute? I've got a hunch it's probably going to be Flying Piggy, looking at all the emojis I've seen in the chat earlier. So let's have a bit of ooh la la. So what's your favourite aviation moment here? Top of the head, I know I'm doorstepping you.
Other than the Battle of Britain Memorial flight in the Red Arrows it had to be back in the 80s when me and my pal went to the old observation area and 2 Hawker Hunters arrived.
Oh man.
That was brilliant, it wasn't expected. Me and my pal were absolutely thrilled. We were teenagers. We were teenagers then, and the 2 Hawker Hunters just landed and we were absolutely overjoyed. So I think that stands out for me anyway.
Tell you something, if a Hawker Hunter come our way now, and there is an airworthy one I think still operating in the UK because I've seen it on flight radar over Yorkshire or thereabouts, because you kind of think, oh, please keep coming, come up by Newcastle, you know, special bit of kit.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got too many to name and I could probably give you a different answer like you probably could on a different day when you think about it.
Yeah.
But one of the really more obscure ones for me was actually watching our Eddie play football as a teenager for his club side, and we're stood watching this game, and the RAF, the Vulcan that I think at the time was restored by the enthusiast group at Bruntingthorpe. It had a couple of years air time after they
Put shares into the, was it the Spirit of Great Britain?
can't remember.
XH558.
All I remember seeing is that great bird coming over low and putting a good bank on, and no one was watching the game. I'm not even sure that the players were watching the game. I mean, I'm not joking. I think that was probably, for me, probably the most breathtaking, because I hadn't expected to see it.
No, that's the best moment.
A bit like your hunters, really.
Yeah.
It's not what you know you think you're going to see. That can be exciting enough. It's something that you absolutely didn't think you were going to lay eyes on.
Yeah.
And it's rare.
Absolutely, because for that time I think the Phantom and the Tornado, well, the Phantom was still flying and the Tornado was just coming into service.
They've got a cracking, I'm sure it's a Phantom. We're working on the video at the minute. East Fortune, they've got like a shop, restoration shop there. I think that's got a Phantom in. I don't think the intentions are anything other than do it up to put on standby, but
suppose another good moment for me was having a holiday down at Clayshan Caravan Park, which is now sadly a quarry, and it was right across from the Royal Aircraft Establishment, West Fruch.
oh right, very cool.
Buccaneers and the Nimrod.
Buccaneers.
It was great.
Right, David Gordon, Emirates. Yes, mate, it starts tomorrow, so if all runs to time, it should be here 13:20 tomorrow, and we will be live from 8:30 to bring you that the return of Emirates to Edinburgh. Overdue, you might say. Now W, I'm actually still scarred by that stream that I did in a toga after that bet that I lost with Eddie. So every time I see toga and see that graphic of somebody in a sort of Roman toga, it reminds me of a fairly chilly day down at Newcastle Airport, actually doing a live stream wearing a very inexpensive, bought off Amazon. It was like about 20 quid or 15 quid, so you can imagine how substantial it would be, some kind of toga. And I was cold, and it was reasonably sunny. Anyway, let's put that horror show out of my head. Oh cripes, what's happened here? Just managed to banjax my screen, so let's bring this plane down, figuratively of course. A bit of vapour action. I'm just see if I can fix my screen whilst this easy lines up. I managed to switch everything off the display because this thing's useless, or the owner is. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, we're back. Right, let's get YouTube back. So I'm not in the chat at the minute, inexplicably. But I will be. Queensferry.
There's a school right up here.
Ah.
We'll get those for lunch.
Right. Let's make that happen. Plane you were looking at is off to Munich. That's a great place to watch planes as well, Munich. They've got a great little spotter's mound there, which one of my favourite memories of 2024.
I'll go over my back garden.
And there she goes. There she pops. Good morning, Claire C. I think I'll go bottom up with the chat because we're chucking myself out. Kind of all ends back to front. I see for a start we've got 214 likes up, so thank you everybody that has been part of that. Awesome stuff. So that is great. Now let's see if I can get myself into the chat. Derek, nice, excellent, and I look forward to saying hi to Emily on a sunnier day.
Hopefully. Take care.
Yeah, you take care, pal. What top bloke? Best part of this aviation live stream is the folks you get to meet down at the airport, no question. Right, I'm going to get to the bottom of the chat and work my way up because Mark's all over the hockey. David Gordon remembers Concorde. I've seen some fantastic pictures of Concorde at Edinburgh. I wasn't here around that time. I used to watch Concorde at Heathrow, and I guess it always puts the hairs up on the back of my neck imagining standing here on Almond Bank or even on the mound on the other side with that plane in town, the noise, the appearance. God love it. Claire C, it's one of those interesting days. It's a sky with everything in it, and I even can see a little bit of blue amazingly, but for the most part very overclouded, overcast. Ash Watts was saying earlier on that ceiling was somewhere around 1,300 feet. I don't think it's improved any from that, but it's actually quite a mild day. It's hard to imagine that we are in November. Way colder here. No, W. You're too sweet. Toga Day. I tell you what Toga Day taught Mark, not to make silly bets with you know, and oh, did I feel an absolute prune in a toga. And you can imagine, can't you, wearing one off Amazon, if it cost 15-20 quid, it were no more than that. It weren't an expensive one. It wasn't one you'd wear for a night out because it wouldn't get you past 10 o'clock in the evening before it fell to bits. Oh dear. Let's just check if there's anybody else I haven't said good morning to. I don't like to miss. DB Bassman, best aviation moment at Edinburgh. Last Concorde. Yeah. Oh, hang on a minute. Another one. An Antov 124. That would be great. Antov 124. Honestly though, as someone who's only discovered Edinburgh recently, the pictures I've seen of Concorde here and the way people packed out to see it, it's almost like moon landing territory. So, now W says, poll-wise, Pegasus tail 56, Flying Piggy 33, and no 11%. Come on folks, you've got to vote this down. Let's just weigh this one up. 3 options. There's a lot going for no. Of course I'm entirely unbiased, and I'm taking advantage of the fact that I think Eddie's not in the show at the minute because no's got some work to do. Anyway folks, if you've not yet voted, give it a splash. Help shape what we have emoji wise. Oh dear. Yeah, Rab H, gifteds do, but it's weird how it works. So once you've had a higher number of emojis, you keep them. Oh, sorry, of members. So it goes up pro rata in that sense. And then, as is often the case with gifted, because obviously when you gift memberships, the largest proportion don't tend to renew. It's just the way it is. And therefore, once you've got to that higher number, you only get more when you go sufficiently to another higher number, if that makes sense. So we're not currently in danger of tripping or triggering another emoji at the minute, but the minute we do, we always add, no question. Yeah, you're out of shot. Let me just quickly pan. There we are. I won't put you on screen.
Oh, it's all right.
Are you okay on screen?
Yeah, I live stream myself as well. So.
All right. So, if in terms of the action, yeah, you won't be in any of that.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
No problem.
So, where should we loiter? Ryanair seems as good a place as any. Let's go for a hive of activity. Oh no, maybe it's perhaps not that. That looks like people being boarded with care and consideration. So let's have a look along the bus. Just going to rest you there, peeps, for the minute. So, good morning to Nick Gray. How you doing, Nick? How goes it? I'm glad to see you're getting some decent rest under your belt. Hope you're keeping well anyway, my friend. Yeah, I love that comment. Do you know something? You do get the idea that they wouldn't entirely rule out the possibility of a hold seat if such a thing was possible. I think I made this quip before that I think if you could have standing only seats, they would probably sell. In fact, talking of which, we've got a Ryanair inbound from Dublin. Inbound plane departed 40 minutes ago, 14 years of age. This is 737-800. So from one Ryanair, we're going to vault to another. What time is it? 10:40. Thinking it, the morning's galloping past. North of 200 likes, bearing up towards 250. Little bit bouncy, perhaps. Just going to bob us onto the poorly United 757. Sadly not going out during the show, going out at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Class C, trying to photograph control towers from different airports. That's a nice one here. It really is, Class C. It's just give it the best perspective we can. Not dissimilar to the one at Newcastle, if you've seen any of our Newcastle shows, sort of pepper pot, wasted pepper pot type design. I think this one off the top of my head, 50 metres I think. I think Newcastle's 45, I think this one is slightly taller at 50. And I'm going to transpose these, but I've got a feeling this was around 10 million to build and Newcastle's was 5 million. But yeah, I like it, and they light it up purple in the dark, which I think looks fantastic. And I keep threatening to get a decent picture of that. No, Alexander Ward. No, I've seen too much piggy action, and that's the other thing. Of course, that tells me that the piggy is inbound. Michelle Johnson with the Pegasus tail fin. Where is this piggy? It's due in at 5 to. Oh no, it's out over the 4th. Right, here we go, folks. We are closing in on our inbound Pegasus, an A320-200 Neo, 7 years of age, inbound from Istanbul. Departed 4 hours or thereabouts ago. Oh my lord, there's a lot of orange on this. Yellow. What's up with me? Can I find anything to task the camera on that can... I think I'll take telescope 27 for the Pegasus. I'm just going to take it on the chin. seems to be the way to go. I can't see it yet, so there's my alibi. I'm going to go with the inbound Ryanair from Dublin. Right, I've got sight of the aircraft's lights, so Pegasus now technically visible. So Scottish Linda giving it plenty of Pegasus tail. That has lit the screen yellow. Good stuff. Ooh, I'm liking the other Pegasus. Is that Pegasus or a unicorn? I can't quite tell. V1 Aviation, good morning to you. Is that you? It's one of those moments. V1 Aviation is standing about 15 yards away from me. We've kind of already been introduced without me realising. What's your first name?
Bart.
Mark?
Yeah, no,
Hey.
Bart, like Bart Simpson.
Bart?
Bart.
Bart?
Yeah, exactly.
Bartman?
Bartman, exactly.
Oh, good stuff. Good to meet you, Bart.
Likewise.
I'm Mark.
Bart and Mark. Good duo, isn't it?
Right, we're going to stay long there for the minute. Just for the minute. Oh dear. Let's close. So already, if you are picking this one up, or young cheeky, if you're in charge, if you've got the comm in the meantime, we'll close this poll once this Pegasus lands. So if you've got a view on the Pegasus emoji, well, hit the button. This was listed as an A321 last night, but scaled back to a 320. Welcome to the Flying Pig. Plane of the day, says DB Bassman. That's a misappropriation of the plane of the day graphic. Oh, big smile at this NDB. Rap's done the same thing. And Alexandra Wood. Oh my good golly. Good golly, Miss Molly. Sorry, I'm getting all excitable. LW is going to use mod veto right here. Flying Piggy and only Flying Piggy. What about no? What about just say no? Right, there we go. Sarid 6-3. We just go off at all kinds of tangents here at Plain Sailing Aviation. I hope you enjoy the fun of it. Yeah, piggy, one little piggy went to market. Might be this piggy. Right, I can hear a start up, but I can't see. Perhaps a chance to get a quick swig of water actually. So, last I looked, the Pegasus tail fin emoji was out front, leading Flying Piggy and absolutely trouncing the no option. So just say no. Looks like it's had a no. I think what they need to do is send a special livery one. I know they've got one, at least one. That might help. I've got a horrible feeling that we'll probably end up closing the show with this being the final plane of the show as well. It's just belatedly dawned on me. So we do have another aircraft on final approach. That'll be a Loganair Embraer ERJ 145 inbound from Southampton. That's your next action team. I'm still laughing at all this plane of the day stuff. What's going on? What is going on? Right, the results are in. Thank you already. Back in the studio. So, let's just make a note. Which way did democracy go? Well, it looks like tail 52, flying piggy 29, and no 18%. 88 votes cast. Oops, cripes, telescope alert. Can I salvage this? Can I? I was in my own little world there. Of course, this aircraft, Golf Sierra Alpha Juliet Echo, being the one that used to sport the Pride livery and is actually my favourite of their fleet of ERJ 145s. Off the top of my head, I think they've got 12 in active service at the minute. Lease-wise, that's my fond recollection. Ryanair look like they're doing a bit of boarding over there. So, democracy has ruled. Consider Pegasus adopted in our emoji inventory. Next inbound, British Airways. They really are having a show today, aren't they? An A320 from Heathrow. Going to be with you in a minute. Just crossing the coast now. Foxy B is in the house. Good morning, Foxy B. How are you doing? Fly pigs, sty class. Yeah, my sentiments. Nick Gray. Probably have to send me somewhere, don't we, on a Pegasus to do a live stream, but I've got a feeling the authorities in Istanbul are probably not going to be great on live stream plane spotting. If they are, I haven't noticed too many live streams from Istanbul, but perhaps I've not been looking. Tailfin takes the win. Very snappy already. Well, democracy in action is democracy in action. How are you doing? Oh my lord. Right, so orange clubs. Sorry, you are?
I'm Guy, I'm Yvonne's wife, who we put on the post earlier on.
So Yvonne C has sent me a pack of orange clubs, and you're Gus. Guy, sorry, I'm Guy, and Kyle is your boy over there. Kyle! That's just me shouting into the microphone. Thank you so much. Thank you, Yvonne, for me. That is really kind. Oh, telescope. Oh, that is telescope 27. And it was British Airways last week. No! I'm not joking. I am absolutely touched. Check, I've got my hat on straight. Yvonne C, thank you so much. God love you. And from Orange Biscuits, Telescope 27 is an orange plane as well. Hang on, somebody's done something magnificent in the chat, and I'm cripey. I need to get myself together. 230 likes says Nell W. Can we get to 250? Would be lovely if we could. I just scrolling up the chat in case I've missed any hellos, because that's heinous as a crime. Heinous. Right, I'm up to Eddie's comment there, so I'm good. Back to the chat. Sarid63. I think Pegasus could do a lot better than what they do. I always say it's so unimaginative, but there you go. You're right, they could definitely do better. So, Michelle Johnson, great friend as Michelle is to the channel, has very generously gifted us 10 memberships. Oh, Michelle, love you so much. I'm going to do the fireworks now. Thank you for your support. Right, who got? Diane R, Anthony Ice, IC Bear, Shannon, Foxy B, I see your comment, you are so right on the telescope. I'm hoping Dopey Gorp is out of the room. Tony Cage, Richie Sherwood, Play Mad, Gary Brown, Harold Ostrich. Not said that right, sorry Harold. That's my limited linguistic range for you. Where was I? Brian Morrison, you knows bro. And if we can scroll down a bit more. Rodrigo Del Villa, welcome aboard one and all. Oops, plane's getting away from me. Awesome support. I'm looking forward to that Nell W. The Brussels Airlines competition, if it's not so much competition, it was a poll, wasn't it? So we've gone from the ability for the public to choose 15 designs down to a 5 that are with an elite type judging panel, and the final outcome 5th of November. As memory serves me, we ran a parallel poll on those 5 choices with the PSA membership. So if you remember, a new member, you've still got a chance to vote on that. It's on a community post, recent community post. It'll be interesting to see if we pretty much find in the same direction as the judging panel. Poppy's was way out front, so we'll see. I'll try and keep up with this EasyJet. I'm making it look very tricky. Inbound we've got an Aer Lingus ATR from Belfast. That'll be your next inbound action. I'm thinking we've got an Aegean A320 imminent too. The Scottish Linda, I will be on the mound tomorrow, so by all means bring donuts. Although actually, if Linda Cooper is bringing clubs, you probably shouldn't, because I'm supposed to be watching my figure. But that does sound an excellent idea. I'm supposed to be very calorie counted. Yeah, so on second thoughts, as much as I want to say, yeah, don't bring me any donuts, thoughts in my head now. But yeah, definitely mound tomorrow as far as the forecast is. So anyone else that is thinking of joining us at Edinburgh tomorrow, it looks like it's going to be runway 06 or possibly a changeable operations day, but even then I think we'll go with 6. Get on the mound. So we've got British Airways pushed and turned with their Heathrow A321 return. That one, inbound plane, is, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the Aegean 320, but it's not. It's Ryanair with an 737 from Copenhagen. And where the Aegean's gone? No worries, Scottish Linda. We will go with it. A film called Just Go With It or something. Absolutely. If it's on, it's on. No, pay no attention to Mark Pride. Don't bring me any carrots. That's not the way to go. You're right, LW. I absolutely got. If I was a bear or something, or any kind of wild animal, I'd be dead easy to trap, wouldn't I? Wouldn't take much doing. What kind of baits? You know, well, pretty much anything really, but I do have a soft spot for orange clubs. Not so much orange EasyJets. Somebody's starting up, I can hear. So if you've just joined the show, welcome to Edinburgh, and I'm Mark, and everything else kind of takes care of itself. So the EasyJet departure looks like it's going to line up to go, although I'm surprised if it does. It's yeah, it is. It's just nodding out onto the active. That intuitively surprises me because, let me just pull back a little bit. There's our inbound plane. It's time enough. I'm not sure where the exiting. Oh, the Ryanair has cleared, so no, we're good to go. ATC know what they're doing, don't they? Red hot. So, next inbound, is it the Aegean? It is the Aegean, inbound from Athens. Aegean Airlines 320 Neo, 1 year of age. It's a baby. Jason Sparks, welcome back, Jason. Hope you're doing well, man. What's that? Keith Cornell says Abby might be on a lesson. Interesting. I thought she was horses on Sundays, but anyway, by the by, she does fly out of Perth. We need to get an overfly here, really. A bit like last week. Oh, planes and trains. Planes and trains alert. kind of seems ironic that for most of the summer timetable, certainly on the Sunday, we haven't seen anything of Aegean. Now we've got to the winter timetable, we seem to be seeing them regularly, which is nice because it is a livery I love. Intuitively, I would have thought people would be more likely to travel to Athens in the summer months, although it can get rather hot there. Equally, I'm not sure how well they do for winter temperatures. Either which way, Aegean are no mugs. They obviously think the demand is there, and they know when it is. Right, British Airways nosing on out with their A321. Phil at SCO, good morning to you. Mark is very well, Phil. I hope you are likewise, pal. Oops, what's going on there? You've obviously slapped some masking type, anti-cloaking, hard to focus on paint on the fuselage. So, still to come in the show as well. We've still got an arrival, I mentioned at the top end of the show, we've got an inbound later that has had a pretty stunning prior livery. So, you can speculate on that one in the chat, but we'll do a show and tell on that later. So, I think you'll like it. Most definitely. And a bit of a taster clue there. I think Foxy B will like it. Oh, in fact, we're in that moment really, aren't we? Brussels are inbound. I'm forgetting, winter timetable, they are early in. Scheduled for 11:30. Nicely early, 11:05. Brussels next in, and, well, I talked about planes with a prior special livery worth looking at. It is our inbound Brussels that I was referring to. In fact, I've done this with Brussels a couple of weeks actually on the spin. So we love the spotty livery, but they did buy a number of ex-Frontier airline aircraft. Just trying to get my notes up. What's happened with this? I'm going to say our inbound. Let's have a look. Get to your notes. Where are your notes? Yeah, so the Brussels inbound, Oscar Oscar Sierra Lima, was owned by Brussels Airlines previously. That's where it entered service in September 2002. Before finding a new career with Brussels in April 2016. And we'll do a show and tell of what it did look like once we've got it in and landed. So I think you're going to like it, folks. It's one of those things I really enjoy, picking up on aircraft's prior history, particularly if there's a snazzy livery in that story. Still think that is the best livery I've seen in today's show. Have we got British Airways on their way out with an Embraer, I think? Yeah. Off to London City, I would assume. Obviously London City doesn't open till 12 o'clock, but let's face it, it'll work out perfectly. Jason, Jason Sparks, just, yeah, hang out with us, mate. We're here. You can have it just the way that works best for you, my friend. Alright, so we'll let that line up. Exactly as Rab says, all the time you need. Yeah, DB Bassman. I was trying to create a cult segment built around your green Skoda. Now it's debuted on the show. We could have got a green Skoda emoji in play, couldn't we? Instead of the Pegasus one. What can you say? Let's have a bit of Brussels. So I mentioned that this plane started out with Frontier. Well, let's see if I can pan and yap. That is what it looked like previously. If I can try and get them more in the same screen than less in the same screen. So that was Trixie, the Red Fox pup, in its initial iteration. Tell you what, when I was looking into that, because I like the idea, to be honest, that if you peeled that paint scheme off, Trixie the Red Fox pup would be under that paint, but they remove it. Many of you probably already know that anyway. I didn't really know that. It became obvious when I delved into it. For a start, a 737, obviously this is a baby bus, but from the research I did, a 737 takes around 200 litres of paint. That's just for a bog standard livery, and total weight of around 130 kg, which seemed amazing. 130 kg? Convert that into 20 kg suitcases, 6.5 suitcases worth of paint. So obviously the old stuff's got to come off. And then I kind of had a quick scrape around on YouTube yesterday and found a cracking video showing the repainting of an Emirates 380. I'll put the link to that in the next community post. Definitely one I think you'll like to see. It's only 10 minutes long. It's like one of these time-lapse jobbies, so you haven't got to watch them doing it all in real time. Quite therapeutic. And obviously an A380's monolithic, huge and all the rest of it. But so here we go, flying lipstick inbound from Oslo, Norwegian. I think it's not Freddie Mercury, it's Fredrika Bremer, a writer from the 19th century, a Swedish writer that is. Let's see if we can actually work out, wow, if that is indeed still Fredrika Bremer. I'm not sure that's necessarily the crispest tail fin I've seen on a Norwegian. Rab H has the flying lipstick deployed, I see. Alexandra Wood going special livery Norwegian. I just think they need to kind of send us Freddie. Stu Law. Hello Stu Law. Not the cricketer Stu Law, are you? Melbourne, Australia. Loving your company, mate. Good day to you. I'm Mark anyway, Stu, just in case I forget to do introductions properly. Plain Sailing Aviation, as you see posted in the chat, that's my lad Eddie. British Airways lined up to go to I assume London City, as it's an Embraer. Somebody else on final, so that there's no time to dally. Don't dilly-dally on the way. Bye. Let's have a closer look at Frederica Bremer. I must confess, my first perception was look more like Lenin, which obviously that's not the intention, but it's, yeah, that is Frederica Bremen, but that is a really worn out emoji, I think. Emoji. Logo. Not even a logo, is it? You know what I mean. Tail. The artwork needs a... Ooh, never mind that. Telescope alert and planes and trains telescope alert. They should probably count double. I'm grateful they don't. So as it's sliding in to the right of the Aegean, is that Norwegian or centre shot, as it currently is. Alexandra Wood, super modding, exactly as Eddie says. Thank you for your company. Have a great rest of the day, and yeah, you take care. The hunt for Freddie continues. You're right. You're right. You're right, Eddie. The hunt for Freddie, Eddie, continues. Oh dear. So Ryanair ready to go next. And that is off to Faro. The inbound EasyJet from London Stansted. Oh, we're rolling. No rest for the wicked. So there's the Stansted arrival. We might as well ride in with that. I think it's going to remind me that this might be the moment to break into an Orange Club biscuit, actually. I can see something twinkling out at sea, and that'll be the Aer Lingus inbound from Dublin, an ATR 72-600. That'll be your next arrival team. Getting close to the last hour of the show. Does anyone know how the Qatar 350 is shaping up? 12:35 is the scheduled slot. Got a hunch it might be a little bit early. I definitely hope it won't be a little bit late. That would be bad form. So I'm just going to lock the camera, find a club. Yvonne C, thank you so much. I think that'll just bridge the gap as we move towards the final hour of the show. Yvonne V, do not worry. You know how it rolls. Some days it all lines up a treat, and other days you're kind of multitasking. Let's just rest up on this thing of beauty. Whilst not a special livery, I'm going to say it's my special livery of, no, not my livery of the day. So not a special, but I just love it. Chipas says 12:09, so it is running early. So the plan, perhaps inbound ATR, is to run to about 12:30, 12:35. Just depends on the continuity of the action. As I say, because we're back to back, we'll not stretch anything out today. We'll go for something a bit more compact. In fact, it reminds me, I think I mentioned it earlier in the show, I'm off to Craggy's Farm Shop Cafe, see if I can get a table there. But the view from up there over the airport is, as people who've been up there will know, it's pretty good. So I'll try and take some pictures while I'm up there. So, on the quest for our A350, 48 minutes, thanks Scottish Linda. Michelle Johnson is trying to tease me into a, if you want a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club. A quick look around, cast my eye. Keith Funnell, I need a TARDIS to get to Prestwick that quick, or possibly a transporter a la Starship Enterprise. Yvonne C, that was sublime. So the Aer Lingus is going to have to hold because we've got a Ryanair freeing up a bit of space. Premium parking front of house. They're not joking, Michelle Johnson. I think that's what they call them, isn't it? Earworms. Where it's just so catchy you find yourself humming it. See what I was saying, it was quite mild earlier. I'm kind of revising that. I think it feels increasingly nippy now. I think tomorrow's a bit cooler than today, so that kind of makes sense. That we're into some kind of transition. Let's just quickly have a look on the weather forecast. So what Better refresh it, otherwise it's probably last Sunday's one. 12 degrees feels like 11, that's what they're saying. West southwesterly on the wind front, so the Ryanair you have on camera is, if flight radar give it up, turning to Dublin. So Rab says still wet, 30 miles to the west of me. I think it'll be a relief to be able to close this out dry. I'm not convinced we're going to get away with it tomorrow, but running back to back, it's definitely helpful if everything is still in dry order. That'd be the dream. Let's have a look. Runway check ongoing at the minute. I think you'll probably see that cut into the shot actually. Vehicles gaining on the Ryanair. So talking of earworms, just looking at, there we go, can I get there in the end? What about Christmas jingles, folks? You know, though it's an age-old thing, isn't it? Does Christmas start too early each year? You know, it's always, somebody gets their, you know, one business or another gets their Christmas adverts out early or starts trimming up in the shop. I think, by my rough reckoning, 52 days to Christmas, and the only kind of thing that's triggered the thought for me is Mrs. PSA has ordered a new artificial tree which arrived on Friday. Still in the box at the minute, so I don't think it's going to be a November installation. Here's a question for folks. Anyone got their tree up or putting their tree up in November? You know, who's going first? Just curious. I mean, I've left for this trip. I asked Mrs. PSA, I says, am I coming back to find that tree up? And she says, oh no, I won't be going up yet. But I don't know. Never too early, says HGC. Welcome back. Well, the thing is, right, and I like 70s and 80s, you know, Slade, Wizard, you know, the sort of Christmas classics, if you will. They're great. But then you've got to feel sorry for folks working in the supermarkets and shops that have got this stuff on a constant loop, you know, so that, you know, you do an 8-hour shift, I don't know, working at Asda, and you've heard those same songs multiple times. I don't know. Does it burn your head out? Do you find yourself dreaming about those sounds at 3 in the morning or something? Saying that, I do like having, I think Heart Christmas is one of the radio stations I favour anytime soon, but I'm not there yet. Don't want to get burnt out prematurely. Right, so Air France have pushed and turned. Almost certainly that is an Embraer 190, so let's just lock on that. Scottish Linda, decorations, 12 days before, 12 days after. Loving that. Nice and traditional. No, you are right. In Chigwell, it's always Christmas, Keith Cornell says. You were telling me it's snow everywhere next as well. Keith puts his up next Saturday. So is that Keith the first to show in the chat with the tree? Anyone beat that? Deborah Speller started moving the front room around, ready for the tree. It sounds like you're on the same page as Mrs. PSA, Deborah. I think that's the method in her madness. Well, you know, I'm not putting it up yet, she says. Okay. Because the other thing is, and I don't know whether there's a demarcation of tasking for those of you that are in relationships, but I haven't decorated a Christmas tree for just too long. Mrs. PSA takes care of that with a kind of rod of iron. Right, I'll hold that thought. We've got an inbound Ryanair from Brussels. But yeah, apparently my laissez-faire, no particular order, I don't know, oh, planes and trains, do what you feel approach isn't the way to go. Saying that, I think we're planning on starting on Christmas shopping next week, so although I'm kind of saying, oh, you know, don't want to jump in too quickly on this stuff, just put the camera there for a minute. Look at that, look at where the cloud is relative to the hill. Foxy B is also starting to think about organising things. So the reason we've got a new artificial tree is because Mrs. PSA has decided she wants one of those taller but narrower ones because she thinks it makes better use of the space. Can't really argue, I suppose. I prefer real ones if I'm truthful. Sometimes we do that and sometimes we don't, but I think with the granddaughter still being quite young, Mrs. PSA has gone for the more conservative approach. Artificial will do. So, Air France on their way out. Somebody's on their way in. That somebody is EasyJet from Amsterdam. Do you know what has occurred to me? We've had Transavia the last couple of shows and now we ain't. It's like, what was that all about? So the other week we had, 2 weeks back we had, well, 3 weeks is it now, Rotterdam and Paris Orly. Then last week that had just become Rotterdam and now it ain't nothing. I don't know if they're done for the winter or what that was all about. Feels a bit odd just to do it for a couple of weeks, but a bit disappointed because canny price on that one. I thought it might lend itself to a cheeky trip to, well, I was thinking Brussels actually, kind of thinking go to Rotterdam, get the train down to Brussels, and that would actually give us quite a lot of bang for our buck at the price that Transavia was selling. A bit like snow in spring, it's gone. Chip has 1990. You take care, Sam. Catch you soon. Yeah, I think you're right, Rab, about the commercialisation, and Halloween is, I think, just off the chart. All that landfill that gets generated. Hey ho. For me, Christmas is all about the young uns. Right, front forecourt still full of planes, so I think we're going to see a lot of departure action. Air France is actually the next to go. Mince pies, definitely not just for Christmas, Keith Cornell. That's a good feature of Christmas, isn't it? Mince pies. Something else I'm not meant to have many of, but I do like one or two. Derek Porter is back in the chat. It was a pleasure to meet you too, Derek. It's been the real bonus of the show for me. Not least because you were trying to get here last week until Emily slipped on the mud. And you didn't slip on the way back. So next inbound is a Ryanair from Stansted. Go to that in a minute. So the Qatar Airways A350, last I looked, due in just after midday, so running helpfully early. Plane in the background there on its way back to Porto. Oh, I don't know, Keith Cornell. I think you were serious. We should have a chat poll. Was Keith Cornell serious about this tree going up next weekend? I'm laughing about it. I might be solemnly reporting that ours is up. Now I'm out of the house for 2 days, I don't know. Foxy B and Deborah Speller have confirmed the same thing about thinking spatially about where things are going to be. That just says thinking ahead. Mrs. PSA is very much of that mindset too, organised, which is just as well because I am not so much, but you knew that anyway. Sarid 63, interesting. Air France here last winter were operating the A220 and reverted to the Embraer for the summer season. We got an early Air France flight last week, which was a baby bus, A319 baby bus. They've not repeated that in this Sunday, and they're still going with the Embraers. So I honestly don't know. I've got a piece of homework to do in terms of the economics between the two things. Good question you pose. Take your time, no rush, there's no gate for you yet. Tommy in Finland, hello to you Tommy. I'm Mark, pleased to meet you. Oh, Michelle Johnson, you can imagine me being in charge of decorating, can't you? Mine would be a real 70s ensemble, really, with lots of different coloured lights and lots of gold and green and red. But I don't know, I just have a laissez-faire approach to tree decoration. The only tree I used to get to decorate was the tree at work in the office. I used to quite enjoy doing that. Can't see a green Skoda in the background. Come on, DB Busman, we need you in shot. QDB. Now we know what we're looking for. I'm still smarting from telescope 27. Start putting our minds on. I think that's going to be that microlight thing, isn't it? Because I still want to do the Tiger Moth. Definitely looking to do the 4th rail bridge thing that Rab's terrorised me with. Probably should set up a parallel YouTube channel, Scare Mark Witless. Something a bit like that. Something snappy. Yeah, I was looking at Fox's comment. Me and Mrs. PSA generally don't gift each other. Stopped that years ago, actually. Kind of more when Eddie was a nipper. Put the money on that side of things. But it's the things that wrap around Christmas that make Christmas enjoyable. That would be definitely my view. Yvonne's got 4 grandchildren. I'm not sure, I've missed the bit at that goes before that. Rab's got a 1-year-old great niece. I've just got the 1 grandchild, as show regulars will know, young Cheeky. Cheeky, are you still watching? She's only 2.5, so she may well have blown me out for Peppa Pig or something else. Who knows? Talking of dressing up, hang on. So Simon, he can see Rab dressing up as Santa. Do you remember last year we were going to get Eddie to dress up as Santa for the online Christmas social, and then he threw a shoe at the last minute and somehow got out of it, and I ended up having to wear the Santa outfit. I hope you're listening, Eddie, because you can't work the same excuse 2 years running. Just saying. Ah, dear. How does that work for you now, W, in terms of not celebrating Christmas when Christmas is kind of going on, well, it's kind of under your feet, isn't it? If you think about what I was saying earlier on about shops belting out their jingles prematurely. But, you know, is it sort of, does it fade into the background, or does it just get under your feet a bit? I don't know. I haven't really thought about Christmas if you weren't celebrating Christmas. We've kind of evolved our celebrating of it because we don't like the commercialisation of it. That's the thing that really grates. But back to some of the chat about, it's the flourishes that kind of add a bit of summit. Mark's theory of Christmas. Exactly what Rab says, all about the kids. Yvonne says, like, deck the halls. Mrs. PSA loves that film. There's 2 or 3 of that kind of movies. She kind of laps up. The fact I can't tell you what the other ones are tells you how interested I am in that particular. Is there one called The Holiday or something like it? It seems to be on, I don't know, more often than I care for. Oh, dearie me. Political Bias, member of the channel for 13 months, one of our very earliest members and subscribers, literally, very, very early. PB, 13-month membership. Thank you so much for being a great friend to us, pal. Fireworks are on. Cue action. You can tell it's getting a bit nippier when touchscreens don't work quite as crisply. "247 like" says no, 3 short of the 250. I might even be at the 250 without knowing it. But if you're watching the show and you are yet to hit that like, Alibi 58's in the show, so he could actually technically be one of those 3 that we need to get to 250. How you doing, Alibi? Hope all is good. You'll be delighted to know, Alibi, that we've voted for a Pegasus emoji. So that is entering our lexicon of tail fins. Unbelievable, really. That's a separate thing. So let's have a quick look, see what's transponding. We've got Loganair on its way back to Southampton. GSAG E. Can I see it with the naked eye? I can't. I can just see an ATR that is on its way out. I fancy this to go short as well. That'd be my hunch. Plane you are looking at is off to Belfast. So what's twinkling on the far horizon? That's a good question. Sun Express. Not one of those in the sporty Sun Express type liveries. So no Star Trek or Eintracht Frankfurt, which is a shame because they would go a long way. It ain't Paw Patrol either, or Istanbul. It is the bog standard one, which is not bad. In from Antalya, departed 4 hours 37 minutes ago. A max 8, just crossing the coast now. 250 is up, I see 253 on my screen, so well done, team. See if we can get somewhere near 300 for the close. Sounds like a cricket thing, doesn't it, really? It's awesome stuff, team. So DB confirming we are 250, as is Linda Cooper. Nice one, both. Oh, my chat had frozen unbeknown to me, so I'm just a little bit behind. Oh, Loganair have broke cover for Southampton. We'll stay with that for... No, we won't. Telescope, too risky. Alibi, I'm on 27 telescopes. British Airways again. So this ATR, I'm certain is going short, certain as you can be. Right, track ain't yet clear, so he's going to have to hold a jiffy. Yvonne C, those club biscuits, superb. That's another moment that's made my day. Really has. I think between your kindness, meeting your husband and your boy, and seeing Derek Porter earlier, it's just been, well, another great day down on Almond Bank. Hey, we're off. So I am going to have to watch. We talked about retro comedies and so forth earlier in the show. Those magnificent men in their flying machines. I haven't seen that for years. I think that is going to be something I'm going to try and conjure up from somewhere. If it's not on Netflix, it might be on Amazon. If it's on neither of those, I'll investigate more widely. But yeah, a bit like Monte Carlo or Bust, another great film of the day. So inbound action is our first lufty of the show, an A320 inbound from Frankfurt, 14 years of age, departed 1 hour ago. Alibi 58's a bit rough. Ah, my commiserations, buddy. Self-inflicted rough or unlucky bit rough? Just reminds me we didn't pack a Lufthansa tail fin for today's show. Got a slide one in for tomorrow because we don't need the flying piggy now. And with you, Deborah Speller, cannot wait for the Emirates tomorrow. I'm just hoping it runs on time as always. That's the worry, isn't it? But folks, we are live tomorrow from Edinburgh, back to back, so to speak, 8:30 onwards. The Emirates will be joining us at 13:20 if it sticks to the script. Jolly well hope it does. Oh, Michelle Johnson, wasn't that diecast the one that I sent you the link for? Hope I've not sent you the wrong thing. Is that the aircraft model store? Can't quite remember, but they definitely. Oh, that was an A330 as well, not a 320 or 319. Right, so that's going some. Just seeing where the clouds got to. Now you see it, now you don't. Now you see it, and you carry on seeing it. Yeah, the A350, the Emirates A350 is a January soonest proposition now. I'm not even convinced. I was saying earlier in the show, I think that I suspect we won't see it in January either. Just reflecting the way that deliveries are running. But that's probably no bad thing because it's going to be a darker clock arrival and departure, so it probably makes more sense from our spotting perspective to kind of hope that we get the 350 from sort of March onwards when the daylight window starts to stretch back in our favour. So we've got Norwegian on the push. Let's get you to it. Bit of a flying lipstick action. And of course tomorrow, because we're running Monday, we're going to get Edelweiss in the show, aren't we? It's just occurred to me. So a big smile at this end. Kai Guy YT, hello to you, Kai Guy YT. I'm Mark, Pieter M, hello to you, my friend. Yes, Arid63. I think you're right. I think I'm just going to have to work my way through the options. It's going to be somewhere there, isn't it? iPlayer is a good shout as well. And some of the ITV type, is it ITVX or whatever? Mrs. PSA's wizard on that side of things. Yeah, don't worry, DB Bassman. I'm observing the no sing zone. Not because Alibi is self-inflicted himself. Top marks to Alibi. You take that one on the chin, don't you? Self-inflicted. Remember, things can only get better. Oh dear. If that has not got you reaching for the anodyne, nothing will. Oh dear. Oh, flying picky action. Nell W, Michelle Johnson, and yep, exactly, Nell, because you can. And Simon E as well. I'm looking out for a pig. I did say we'd probably get the piggy. EasyJet inbound from Luton, a baby bus that's coming in the other direction. We'll go to that in a minute, but it's still a fair way out. Aviation Action Scotland. Hello, my friend. So is that? Yeah. Got you sus, says Rab. Yeah. Good to see you, Aviation Action Scotland. I think we could do with a dash of dash 8 here, could we not? That's the good thing about, one of the many good things about streaming at Aberdeen. Widerøe still run a dash 8 through there regularly. In fact, from the overseas streams we've done during the summer, Munich sticks in my head as being quite good for dash 8s. Deborah Speller, how do I feel seeing that Lufty? Well, I put the complaint in a couple of days ago now, and we'll see where that goes. I'll keep you all posted on it. So the least I'm hoping for is the refund of the actual cost of paying for a checked bag. But I've also pointed out they cost me a live stream, and you know, over the course of the trip, there's a monetary value on that. they'll biff me off with that. But I was saying in correspondence posts with Rab H, I'm really hoping they chuck some vouchers my way. That would do. I won't be using them for a connecting flight, because that's just asking for a poke in the eye with the same stick. Really off that idea now. But if they were to give me flight vouchers that are more generous than the cost of my checked luggage, then I'd see that as a bit of a win, because we could look to what we could do with that for the channel. I think the check bag element worked out about 40 quid, which doesn't feel enough, to be honest. So we'll see. Keep you all posted. The soap opera continues. But going back to the original question, I feel the rage element has subsided. In fact, I can raise a bit of a chuckle, but if they offer me a fiver or tell me to go and do one, then I'll be back where I started on that one. Right, Ryanair inbound from Budapest next in, a Max 8-200, brand new of May of this year. So the cloud's getting low with you, Derek Porter. Aviation Action Scotland caught the Fanhansa Lufty yesterday. I'll tell you what, nice one. I'll have to look that way. Are you sharing a picture with us on the Facebook group? I'm not sure I've seen Fanhansa. I've seen Love Answer. Something new every day. Qatar 14 minutes out, says Linda Cooper. Roger that, Linda. Nice one. So, where's our inbound Ryanair gone? There it is. Just looking at Keith Cornell's post. Man from Uncle. Another blast from the past. Oh, Sarid 6-3, excellent mate. I will give that some investigation as well. Because I found something else from the olden days. I can't remember if it was Les Donaldson or Ab H on about the flashing blade. Those of you who remember the flashing blade, always seem to be on during the school holidays in England, or in the UK should I say, in the days of old. Oh, what's that mean? Have I run out of power with something? Let's have a look. Yeah. Sometimes they sing alarms for no good reason. Edelweiss should be coming our way tomorrow. Keith, I hope they don't convert it to a Swiss Air, no disrespect to that option. I'll not be belting out any Edelweiss, just don't have the range for it. So, good afternoon. Not yet. Yes, it is good afternoon. So, if you've just joined the show, welcome to Edinburgh. I'm Mark. You are going to be in time for the Emirates Airways A350. Sorry, I'm looking wistful. I'm just looking at an email that I've been sent. That's what the noise was that I heard. We'll go with this ATR while I quickly get my ducks lined up. So that is EasyJet inbound from Geneva. And back to the chat. Maverick 79, good afternoon, buddy. Pretty shipshape here, my friend. Oh, Rab, that's a tease, isn't it? A lofty 340-300, going to fly over with no chance of seeing it. That always seems to be my story, to be honest. You know, you hear something tasty and you quickly grab your stuff and then you realise it's at least 20,000 feet higher than the clouds. "6 minutes out," says Rab, at, well, 2 minutes now then. I'll better catch up with the chat. KLM let Deborah's husband down, but then sorted and all is forgiven. And I think that's the thing with me, actually. If you sort it, because what was annoying at the time, you can't do anything about that. I don't dwell on stuff like that, but I think the thing I dwell on is when things aren't made right. That's the thing that really gyps me. You know, if you sort of say you can't get a suitcase from one plane to another in 2 hours and there's no industrial action or anything exceptional happening, you got to say you need to own it, don't you, and make right to the customer. So we'll see. So small minutes now till we get the Qatar 350. We had their Dreamliner at the start of the show. I think we'll pop that out as a separate clip. I've definitely filmed it, I think, as in like a separate clip. So it looks like Ryanair. Oh, is that the Budapest flight? I've kind of half forgotten. I am way behind, Rob H. I live way behind. Mary Brock is back. Welcome back, Mary. It's 11:06 Sunday night in Australia, so you're pretty much having a peek at Monday. Yorkshire Biker is in the show as well. Hey Yorkshire Biker, how you doing, pal? 262 likes, says Michelle. Yep, can we make 300? Be fantastic to clock out with 300. We plan to finish around 12:30. In fact, now we've got the A350 fitting within that time envelope, we definitely will finish at 12:30 as we are back live again tomorrow. Keith Winning, hello to you. You're never too late when you're here. Good afternoon, my friend. Deborah's confident in Lufthansa. I'll be honest with you. Let's get on to the Qatar Airways one. They're a brand, aren't they? A proper brand, proper airline. I'd like to think they'll come good. Just leave it out there for the minute. Don't want the lights to dwarf me. North Yorkshire was superb, Yorkshire Biker. So for those in the chat, me and Mrs PSA had a couple of days away. One day walking out over the North Yorkshire moors, and the second day we went to a place called Harewood House. One of these stately home type places, gaffs. Mrs PSA quite likes that sort of thing. To be fair, I quite like the better ones. Under sufferance. Yeah, that's going out long. I feel there's an ATR somewhere to be seen. I can hear it. EasyJet holding to get that space, so all good. All right, interesting. Alibi 58, Ingliston tonight, 6:30. I may well take myself that way. Depends where I am with prepping for tomorrow. Although I shall be able to see the fireworks, I hope, come what may. Yeah, Yorkshire biker, V1 Aviation is 15 yards to my left. It's the smallest of small worlds. I think, to be honest, Rab, it should be me putting fireworks on for you great people. Definitely. I don't think that's going anywhere too quickly, so let's just go with the easy as it squirts in. Now my next move is going to be to Craggy's Farm Shop Cafe when we close this one down. If we get a table, that will be nice. Lots of planes transponding on the deck, I see. I love your lateral thinking, alibi. I reckon you'll have heard enough out of me by then. Oh, Brussels are pushed and turned. Is that why Aer Lingus were holding? I'm kind of thinking it is. Let's get this beautiful aircraft into shot. Is it going to go short, I wonder? I think it is. So I think the last phase of the show is going to be all about departures, I figure. I've not had a look out to sea yet, but we have got more inbound traffic. Flying Dutchman inbound from Amsterdam. This one a 737-800. They did have a 900 listed last night, but obviously played the switcheroo. Good afternoon, Random Flights. How you doing? You were near cameraman with your family. Hello indeed. Spotty has been spotted, Nell. You're right about the Spotty. Hang on. So it wasn't Brussels that went short, it was Aer Lingus. At least somebody went short. Come on, up you get, up you up. Just enough daylight under those wheels, not to be a telescope. Let's just track in with our Qatar. Brussels is still some way short of its mark, so we should be able to get a fair bit of commute with this baby. That's just one snap from me for potential thumbnail material. British Airways have also just scooted out from the traps. They did say it was probably going to pivot towards departure action. I weren't kidding. British Airways on their way back to Heathrow with an A320-200. we say the logo on the Qatar was? An Orcs. The national animal of Qatar. Every day a school day. Right, where's our spotty? Where's our measles? No time for that though. KLM. Flying Dutchman alert. I'd forgotten about that. Tell you what, folks, I do this most weeks, but I love this particular shot. We've used it on the thumbnail before. In fact, is it? No, it's not today's thumbnail. I think we've gone with use this for tomorrow's thumbnail, although that's going to change again. Ah, Mrs. Alibi and the grandkids are going to the fireworks. You're not going, Alibi? Or you've got some Home Alone plan for some quality sport and refreshments. Now W, crowds are clearly, it can't be anything to do with my charisma. I bet Eddie's saying that at home. Alright. This one's coming your way now anyway. Locked and loaded. Oh, nice one, random flights. Catching the 757 United aborted takeoff. Collector's moment. Ooh, is this something to do with what's happening with the fireworks, do we think? The fairground on the showground as well. On the parking bit anyway. So you're Dutch, Bart. I've started to pick up. I just want to place your accent.
Yeah. It's funny actually because I looked back on your stream to watch the landing because I was in the E2 that landed when you started streaming.
Really?
Yeah.
What's that like to ride in?
What's that?
What's it like to fly in?
Really good. It's a little. You notice that it's like a small plane with thin seats, but it's actually really smooth.
I mean, I flew my first Embraer on the Barcelona trip I did the other week, and that the seats felt a bit thin on that. That was a 190, but I attributed that to the age of the aircraft, not so much.
They are thin.
They are thin, are they?
I've got a little bit of meat on myself now.
So how long are you staying?
Till Tuesday.
So you're going to get the 777 tomorrow then? Oops.
That's the reason I'm here.
Nice one. Right, let's just wedge ourselves there. Try and get to the bottom of the chart. Sorry team, I'm all over the place. Good afternoon Ian, Jack, how you doing my friend? Yeah, Alibi was just saying in the chat there's going to be a fireworks show. I am half tempted, but I've going to have quite a bit to prep for tomorrow, so if I'm on top of the game then yeah, I quite fancy that, because otherwise I'm probably going to hear it anyway. Philip Borrin, hello to you, hope you're keeping well my friend. Right, British Airways on the move, EasyJet behind them, Aegean behind them, and an Easy behind that, so 1, 2, 3 more to go after this. So back to the chat. Becky Davis, wave from Mark. Big wave from Mark actually. Just checking I've got circulation in my whole digits. Sorry Mark. Yeah. I couldn't resist it.
What's that?
I couldn't resist it.
No, I can imagine. And only tomorrow it's going to be in a decent time, so...
Yeah, it's dark o'clock the rest of the time, isn't it? We just need it to come on time. We don't want it arriving in the dusk or something.
No.
That
I
would
think it's
13, 20.
120.
Yeah.
Ish.
I'd imagine they'll pull out all the stops to be on time, because they've obviously scheduled it for a day o'clock type arrival for PR purposes.
Yeah.
Keith Cornell. If Mrs. PSA was to rely on me and my sharpshooting skills for a coconut, she's going to be disappointed. I'll probably have to nip to Asda or something for a pineapple instead. Oh, we're off. Going back to the fairground just to see what else they got. Don't see anything really high. I thought there'd be a bit of something a bit scary. Aegean next to go. Let's just wedge you on that. TAC, hello to you. Hope you're keeping well. It is an interesting point you make, Alibi. Fireworks this close to the airport. It does feel a bit counterintuitive.
Did you see the concert or the festival?
Oh, over there, the fairground. Yeah, we were just talking about there's a firework display that side tonight as well.
Oh, really?
We're just discussing whether that sounds entirely sensible next to an airport. But then again, they must have done the risk assessment, so...
I'm up for it if they're going to shoot some fireworks.
So, oops, cripes, I've lost it. that EasyJet in from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Aegean next to go. As we get towards the back end of the show, so gentle plea on likes. If you are in the show, you've yet to drop us a like. If you're not yet subscribed, we'd love to have you with us. The main thing is you're watching. No inbound, says Rab. It's naturally coming to a closed point then, isn't it, in that sense? So that's kind of helpful, because I don't want to show you just fresh air. Not what we do, is it? Not if we've got any say in the matter. This is screaming out for planes and trains. Come on, ScotRail, serve us something up. Engine's picking up. We ain't hanging around. You're right, Michelle, we do need an Aegean tail fin. Eddie, get that new laptop on that mission. I had a go at this and I didn't do very well, to be honest, but I've had a new idea. Is this still the Paris arrival? Can't be. Is it on a loop? Good afternoon, Lloyd. Yeah, get a few fireworks on. Plane Lloyd's talking about is that one went tech yesterday. Should have gone out this morning, but has been, I think 4 o'clock is the new indicative time for departure. Ian Finley was saying, Lloyd, he thought it was a blowout. They'd suffered a blowout on departure yesterday. You got anything on that one? And the blowouts damaged some of the part of the aircraft. 7.5, yeah.
That one?
Yeah. Went tech yesterday.
Oh, it actually had a blowout.
That was said in the chat earlier. I'm not sure if that's 100% certain.
I was actually scrolling through the departure list of Flight Radar, and it was supposed, well, the normal time is 10:30,
yeah,
but it's actually scheduled today for 4 p.m. So
yeah, it wouldn't. That one wouldn't normally go at 10:30. They've put a new slot on for that.
Ah, got it.
Should have gone yesterday. It's just been kept overnight, so it's just for a tyre. Doesn't sound so likely, but obviously a blowout can cause other damage. So.
Yeah, and they have to check the struts and everything, and
yeah,
the bearings. So
it sounds a big one, doesn't it? Because we did wonder whether they'd send another aircraft over. Actually, that would, overnight. But they obviously.
Because, or do they have a double daily here?
They did do until recently.
Because there's already one that left.
That's right, 9:30.
Yeah, and this one's supposed to leave at 4. So to me, it sounds like they actually sent an extra one over.
No, it's just the plane that stayed from yesterday.
Ah, yeah, got it.
Because sometimes they've done it before where they have sent the extra plane. In fact, we had one with JetBlue recently where I think they sent an extra plane as well. Because we thought we might get lucky and get a 777 or something.
Oh, imagine that.
I mean, I love the 757, but if I can have one of each, I'm definitely happy with that.
Just the whole, you can tick off all the boxes.
Well, this is it. So EasyJet off to Amsterdam on the blocks. A baby bus, 17 years of age. Shunty Magunta, you're the fella I was trying to think of earlier on. Another lucky omen friend of the channel. When Shunty Magunta turns up, usually there's a plane of interest. I'm surprised you weren't here for the Lufthansa A400. You can tell I'm tired. Good tired though. Anyway, Shunty, I hope you're keeping well. So Ian Jack says 75 had 2 aborted takeoffs yesterday. Right engine not producing enough power to depart on the second. And first abort had some debris picked up. Now that would make sense, I reckon, in terms of why this is languishing into the afternoon for departure. It is a surprise United haven't put a relief aircraft on, because how does this work? You know, I mean, obviously the scheduled flight has gone. Maybe there was a few spare seats on that, so maybe a few folks were lucky, but I doubt everybody that's been inconvenienced has managed to get on the earlier flight. Planes and trains alert, if I can get the zoom in. There you go. Right, we are at the end of the show where we are going to get towards a close. Jim 33, hey to you, buddy. I'm keeping well, my friend. And yeah, Rab H, it's the weirdest thing. Not a single BizJet. I've even left the emoji in because I thought, a bit like last week when we got those 2 Dassault Falcons, stuff happens, doesn't it? You know, stuff happens, but it didn't. Maybe it's all about tomorrow. Perhaps we're going to get a rash of BizJets being live from 8:30. I think we might get lucky. That's my philosophy. Well, not planes and trains. That's my philosophy in all such matters. Feel lucky. I think we have reached the natural finale of today's show. So let me just go straight to the bottom of the chat. Then I think we'll look to bring things to an orderly close. Remember, folks, just that gentle plea on likes. If you get to hit a like, it would be fantastic if you could do that. Shunty doing good, excellent. Catch you soon, hopefully. Have I missed anybody else? I don't think I have chat, so I'm just going to spivel it round, go to camera. Let's just check there's nothing on finals. Check. Oh, there's a chopper twirling away. A Rotaway A600 Talon, 16 years of age. I'm just going to just stall a minute on closing down while the Ryanair necks out. I just want to see where the chopper is. I see it on flight radar, but although it's suddenly moving away on flight radar like an Etch-a-Sketch, so maybe I'm just a little bit behind. This is going to go short, isn't it? No. So the Ryanair you're looking at is off to Malaga. Oh, Pegasus is pushing back. We're going to finish with the Pegasus. See, folks. I love you that much. I'm prepared to.
Always that one last plane.
Always one last plane, and you always want the right one to finish on.
Yeah, and then there's always something like within the next couple of minutes.
I miss some of those sometimes as well.
Yeah, but sometimes you just have to say, okay, that's it.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm always looking for the signature one. Just going to go back to that 7.5, looking at Rab's comment about the cowl being open on the starboard engine. Ah. And look at all that emergency lighting parked up in the foreground. Yeah, good spot there, Rab. So we are going to wrap the show with the departing Pegasus. Andy R, good afternoon to you, Andy R. HTC got the Pegasus emojis going. Flying Piggy to be condemned to the bench in our emoji library. Smartly away. Just going to bob us there. Ian Lavery, catch you soon. Good afternoon, Toby. No, not forever, Nell W. No, I think we are going to keep it on the radar. I actually thought that Flying Piggy would be the one that won today, if I'm truthful. But it just shows you I don't have insight into Pegasus. The people have voted, as Rab said. It was bad enough that Pegasus took plane of the day last week, really, so in part one of the show, but nothing surprises me now when we put it to the democratic mandate. It looks like we're a bit light on movements, so we'll rest the camera on this Ryanair. So what else do we need to do? So what we'll do, I'm going to do it in improvised order. So let's just go like that. And that. How you doing, folks? I hope you've enjoyed today's show. Thank you for joining me here at Edinburgh. Part one done. We're back again tomorrow, of course, for the Emirates 777. So I hope folks will be able to join us for that. The thumbnail is out, but we'll just update it a little bit later once I've got back to base and got a different image I want to use. So all good. I want to say a massive thank you to the moderators team. You know, God love you. Rab H, Nell W, Dopey Gorp, Alibi 58, Alexandra Wood. I think Les is the only person I've not seen. Sorry, Les, if I've missed you, but I think I'm right with that one. Gone a bit leggy now. Massive shout out as well to Yvonne C for sending me via a husband and lad a pack of orange clubs. I'm just back in a second. I like to get my name checks done correctly. It's just the way I am. So Guy, husband Guy, and son Kyle. Awesome. Back to the other credits. That's mods. That's Yvonne C. Lovely to meet Derek Porter as well firsthand. And then we're getting to the milestones and big thank yous. Ian Finley celebrated 9 months with the channel. SE Aviation joined the PSA crew. Sophie L celebrated 12 months with the channel. She's gone gold. Even if I couldn't channel my inner Spandau Ballet with a gold, always believing, whatever, you get the idea. Honestly, I have a blank at the minute. John McKenzie very generously gifted us 20 memberships, colossal 20 memberships. Debbie celebrated 12 months with the channel. Yvonne V very generously co-fed us. Firewalker John, another member of the channel that turned gold, 12 months with us. We established that the A350 was our heavy of choice from the ones that we're going to see in the next 2 days. Rab H very kindly, generously co-fed us. Pegasus on the move. Ash Watts very generously gifted 5 memberships. Sarid63, a welcome member to our PSA community. We've also discovered that our members want to keep the Pegasus emoji. Tail fin beating Flying Piggy, no vote, getting absolutely trounced. So that was my vote wasted. Michelle Johnson very generously gifting us 10 memberships, and Political Bias celebrating 13 months with the channel. If I've missed anything, you know I'm going to put that one right in due course with my community post when I've reviewed everything. I try hard not to miss stuff. Our Pegasus departure is on screen, returning to Istanbul. So what we'll do with this one, we will stay with it till takeoff and then I'll cut the feed. That's how we'll do it. And hopefully I'll see many of you during the course of tomorrow's show. Feels a bit of a treat, back to back at Edinburgh.
All airways.
So where are we now? I think timing's worked out pretty good actually, because literally, even though there's quite a few planes here, everything seems to have come to a bit of a lunchtime break kind of thing. Unbelievable, isn't it, when you think about it? Pegasus is now even the finale plane in the show. It's gone from nowhere to plane of the day in part 1 last week, to having its own emoji, its own poll to choose an emoji, and it's the plane we're choosing to finish with. File under the heading, you couldn't make it up. Flying pigs, coming your way, folks. Steady does it. Oh, wait a minute. Debbie! Debbie! Firework moment. Can I get the fireworks on? Of course I can. Awesome finale, Debbie. Gifting a membership to the channel, which has gone to Cam Jenkins. God love you, Debbie. If you were here, you'd be getting a big hug. So thank you, lucky stars, you're not here. So folks, look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Till then, take care.